spoke with Jordan's ex-wife, Althena, and she will testify. That Jordan has been a calm and peaceful presence in Jordan's life. I want to clarify, I think I said that it was Jordan's girlfriend, but it was Stephen's girlfriend. Sorry, there are names that are very similar here, you guys. So Jordan has a calm and peaceful presence in Althena's life. That they have an autistic son, and they've been divorced for 20 years, but he continues to be calm and patient. You're also going to hear from Althena that Jordan's about 5'9" and 150 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm 5'7" with heels, I'm close to 5'9", and I'm 150 pounds. Jordan and I are about the same size. Before April 19th, Stephen Campbell and Jordan Palmer didn't know each other. They didn't meet until Stephen Campbell confronted Jordan in the street. One of the pieces of evidence that you will hear comes from the 911 call that Jordan makes. Jordan tells the 911 operator, "I saw a piece of mail floating down the road. I read the address and I went to put it back into the mailbox, and dude confronted me." As Ms. Foley said, there's a neighbor from across the street who had a security camera on their front porch. That security camera shows this exchange between Jordan walking to the mailboxes. You will get to see that surveillance photo, but I'm going to warn you, it's a very degraded quality. There are significant limits on what it shows. Don't let that lack of detail lead you to believe that details didn't exist. Jordan has an expert, Mike Albin, who has looked at this video, and he's going to explain a couple of the issues with how this video was recovered. I'm no tech geek, so I'm going to try and explain it to you. There's two things that have caused this video to be degraded. First, as Ms. Foley said, this is a Vivint video. That means that Vivint holds all of that data. But the police didn't grab that data from Vivint. They asked the neighbor to download that video into an MP4 format. Vivint has all of this information, tons of detail. But when you make a file into an MP4 format, you're making it smaller and you're losing a ton of detail. Mike will explain to you that every video is a series of pictures, but the quality of those individual pictures, which is low because the video was compressed, and the frequency with which those pictures are connected, it's called frame rate, that can cause some movements to be completely missed in a video. That doesn't mean that everything that you see in the video is made up. It means that though you see an interaction, you can't necessarily see the details. You can see Stephen Campbell in this video, and you can see that he's holding a cigarette because that cigarette's lit and it's very bright. What you can't see is that there's a knife hooked to his hip, even though that would have been visible when he confronted Jordan Palmer. So let's talk about what you can see as you're watching this video. You can see Jordan walking down the street toward those mailboxes, just like he said he did. Then the figure turns around and you hear some yelling. Jordan tells 911 that Stephen Campbell accused him of breaking into cars, and that he said, "I'm not breaking into cars." Then you see someone, Stephen Campbell, beeline down a driveway into the street and stand right in front of Jordan Palmer. You can tell how fast he's moving because he's got that cigarette in his hand. You can watch him. He is storming in and he stops right in front of Jordan, blocking his way from getting home. The two figures stand there for a period of time, and slowly, Stephen Campbell, not Jordan Palmer, starts closing the gap between them. They are so close that the two men shake hands. Jordan Palmer tells 911 that Stephen 1 fucking second. And it's at that moment that Stephen Campbell starts to act on his threat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a man who's at a 0.3 BAC. A man who is mixing alcohol with his prescription medication. A man who is so escalated that his girlfriend has stopped responding to him. This is a man with a knife on his hip who confronted a stranger in the street at 11:30 at night. Ladies and gentlemen, when someone tells you that they are going to hurt you, you have the right to believe them. And why wouldn't you believe an unhinged stranger with a knife? It's when Campbell...
Okay, got a little freeze action there, and we should note that the shot of the defendant in this trial is from a courtroom Zoom feed.
Right, only one camera allowed.
And it looks like he's not moving at all, because he's not really moving at all. He's just he's sitting there still, and it's not the best feed. Mm-hmm. So they're talking about poor quality. Well, we have that shot on the defendant. It's the courtroom. The other camera is our camera, and we might do a little switching around.
A really animated, though, and compelling defense opening statement.
Passionate, you could feel it, but I don't know.
Following the Ali trial, 8 hours and 19 minutes.
What's going on in Ali?
Who knows? 2 days so far. Let's get to our break. When we come back, more of this case out of Montana, the return mail murder trial. Thanks for being with us.
Tonight, on Closing Arguments, our verdict watch continues as 2 parents stand accused of trying to kill their teenage daughter. We're live with the very latest from today's deliberations.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Donna Adelson is facing charges of murder, the death of her former son-in-law.
Now that Donna has turned into a defendant, what's next for the Adelson clan?
The Matriarch Mastermind murder trial. Live coverage this August on Court TV.
KGNS Live. We're on Verdict Watch in several trials. We're also starting a new trial out of the state of Montana, where opening statements are underway in the returned mail murder trial.
Yeah, this one has a defendant, Jordan Palmer. He's claiming self-defense after a dispute with his neighbor last year where he shot and killed him, shooting 7 times. And he claims he was putting a piece of mail that he found on the ground back in his neighbor's mailbox, Stephen Campbell. He says that's when his neighbor started accusing him of stealing and began attacking him.
Let's go back into the courtroom now, pick up the defense opening statement where we left off.
Says, I was confronted and attacked by this goddamn dude on the motherfucking street. He just threw away his cigarette and started swinging at me. We see all of those things in the video. We can see him throwing his cigarette. We can see him confronting Jordan Palmer. We can see Stephen Campbell confronting Jordan Palmer. And in that moment, in a matter of seconds, Jordan has to react. Campbell is attacking him. Jordan has another expert. His name is Vaughn Klein. First name Vaughn, last name Klein. He is going to speak to you about use of force. He is an expert in this area. He often testifies for law enforcement about what their appropriate response is for use of force. He is going to tell you that police officers are not taught to engage in a fist fight when someone comes swinging at them. Mr. Klein will talk to you also about how when you encounter a threat or a perceived threat, even as Ms. Cahill described, a spoon in a dark room, your brain shifts from evaluating the situation to performance mode. This is what you and I might think of as fight or flight. In a recorded call with his mom, Jordan describes the incident and he says he wasn't thinking. He didn't have time to think. He was in fight or flight mode. Jordan reacted by fighting. He was wearing an Ariat jacket with a pocket specifically designed to hold a firearm. He pulled out his Glock and he discharged it 7 times. Those shots took 1.5 seconds. You're going to hear a lot of evidence about what happened during that 1.5 seconds. You're going to hear or see in the video a series of explosions. So when the gun is shot, there's a muzzle flash, a really small explosion. Like I said, you can't see all of the details, so you won't see 7 distinct explosions. You will see about 3. And you will see them all going backwards. Jordan is shooting as he's backing away. You will also see that while those shots are going off, Stephen Campbell is moving forward. You will hear that of those 7 shots, 2 of them were so significant and lethal that they, regardless of the other shots, that those would have caused sufficient damage to cause the death of Stephen Campbell. You are going to hear that there's no way for us to tell which order those shots occurred. We can't tell you that the first shot was the one that killed him or the last one. We don't know. You will also hear from Walter Kemp that the way that the shots were fired and what they can see in the body, he's the one that performed the autopsy, is consistent with Stephen Campbell moving forward, swinging, and shots are fired as he's swinging and his body falls. Meaning that 2 bullets did end up in his back. You are going to hear about perception reaction time. Mr. Klein is going to explain that it takes a measurable amount of time for the human brain to perceive a threat, to process it, and then to respond. Mr. Klein will describe what happens within the human body when it's faced with that imminent threat and the resulting physical responses. Our expert will explain that there is a survival response, that when a survival response is triggered, there is a measurable delay from when that threat diminishes to when the body can stop its defensive response. So even if the perceived threat is gone, our body is still reacting. And it takes us time to stop. You're also going to hear about shot cadence and what that might mean. Lynette Lanson will describe to you that that handgun is a semi-automatic handgun, which means that you can shoot as fast as you can pull that trigger. After the shots are fired, Jordan Palmer calls 911. He has no obligation to do that. But he called, and Jordan told the dispatcher what happened. Initially, you will hear that Jordan was hesitant to render aid. He told police that he didn't want to perform CPR on the man who just attacked him. But he does. And then you will also hear during this call, his tone. There are several different ways to interpret that tone, and you will hear that there is no guidebook on trauma response. So I want you to consider whether one of the possible implications of his tone is that he was in shock. When police arrive, Jordan is present. Again, he immediately says, "I was attacked. I shot him." He complied with every single instruction that law enforcement gave to him. When law enforcement was on the scene, there was only one of them at first. He laid down, face down on the ground like they instructed, and did not move. He waited while law enforcement attended to Stephen Campbell. The police ultimately took Jordan into police custody. Sadly, they were not able to save his life. At the beginning of my opening, I told you I was going to tell you about some of the mistakes that were made during this investigation. Obviously, these investigations are not like what we see on NCIS. But we should expect that the police will conduct an investigation commensurate to the offense that they're investigating. You should expect more of police officers. I'm going to start with talking about the knife. You're going to hear from Officer Ben Martin that Stephen Campbell was unarmed. And you're saying, but you told me there was a knife. There was a knife. Past tense, ladies and gentlemen, it's gone. The police will testify that there was a knife carried by a man accused of an assault. When they found that knife, they said, "This doesn't matter," and they gave it back to Mr. Campbell's family. Police keep track of every single thing that they keep, right? It's called an evidence log. And when they placed the knife into evidence, they placed it into evidence with other personal effects. Lighters, keys, his pants. When they wrote down what was in that evidence bag, the knife is not listed on that evidence list. There is no record of where that knife went. But the police will tell you that they didn't think it was important, so they gave it back to the family. You're going to be able to see photos of the knife, but you're not going to be able to, the police thought it was of such low importance that they took 4 photos of a knife.
Okay, we're going to get a break first. Let's bring in our guest for the hour in Santa Fe, New Mexico, trial attorney John Day. John, what's your take on this case? Oh, it looks like we have some issues with his feed. A couple things stand out to me is the guy was the defendant.
That's right.
Started this whole process by trying to do something nice.
Seemingly.
That I think sticks out. Mm-hmm. And then the decedent here, he was at a 0.3 alcohol, and we cover a lot of that's blasted. That is
a lot. That is triple the usual
more than that.
State
0.08 is driving, but
right.
Yeah, so he is whacked out of his mind, presumably. Mm-hmm. I wonder, to what extent that factors in here, and then if he takes the stand.
I'm very curious about the surveillance video, because there is surveillance video. It seems like both sides say it's really grainy, but we know from what the police investigated initially, they felt like it does not appear that the victim is coming after Jordan Palmer in the moment that he fires his gun.
Yeah, he's got to take the stand to explain to the jury why he was so frightened and had to use lethal force.
For sure.
All right, let's get a break. We'll have more of the opening statement from the defense in this case. We're still monitoring those other cases where the juries are hard at work. 8 hours, 30 minutes plus in that Ali case. Wow, that one, where a lot of us are waiting to see what that jury decides.
Oh, absolutely. And we also have newly released body camera footage that is out of killer Brian Kohberger. This was just months before the murdering of 4 University of Idaho students. Our own Matt Johnson is going to join us to break it all down next.
Court TV Live along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. We're going to head back to court in just a minute in Montana. But first, we want to turn our attention to Idaho, where newly released body camera footage shows killer Brian Kohberger being pulled over just months before murdering those 4 University of Idaho students in Moscow.
And joining us live in studio to help us break it all down, we have Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Matt, walk us through this video that is newly released, but it predates the murders in this case.
Ted, Julia, yeah, it's newly released and also very chilling when you think about it. Just 2 months before those brutal murders of the 4 University of Idaho college students. The video is of a traffic stop for speeding in Idaho after he was allegedly casing the victim's house, because prosecutors say that his cell phone actually pinged off a cell tower near the victim's home that night of this video. Prosecutors had planned to introduce it as evidence during the trial, which has just been released now that he has already pleaded guilty. Let's watch.
Hey there. I stopped you going a little fast. You didn't realize this is 35?
Oh, it's 35?
It is, yeah. So you go
41?
Yeah, 43 is what the radar said.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Do you have your license, the registration, insurance? Were you wearing your seatbelt when I stopped you? No. That's no good.
Just being honest with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
One of many traffic stops for this guy. You recall exactly a month before the murders, Koberger was pulled over for running a red light. He was not cited in that. And then this video, he was pulled over as he drove across the country with his dad. After the killings, some say he was making a getaway. Just one of the many traffic stops before and after the murders, this newly released video. Also of note, I didn't see his dad in court during the sentencing, but I did see him for the change of plea.
Compare the stop there, and then you saw Koberger in court, in the courtroom. He's very talkative here, didn't say much in court.
That's exactly what I was thinking, right, Ted? He was very talkative. Seeing him in court, he showed no emotion, no remorse, and was very robotic, but still polite to the judge. In the video, he appears polite and calls himself an honest person over and over again, and that's what stood out to me. Take a listen.
Were you wearing your seatbelt when I stopped you? No. That's no good.
Just being honest with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You guys are, there's absolutely no point in not being honest.
Yeah.
You have the radar.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Just for future reference, I mean, I'm obviously an honest person, right? I told you I wasn't wearing my safety belt. When people lie to you about that, say I'm lying to you about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just for my own knowledge. You honestly go back and look at that.
Here's the confessed killer. Let's put it on your screen. The latest mugshot. Remember, he could have been, quote, honest to the court and to the victim's family, explaining why and how he committed the murders. He didn't. Koberger was sentenced last week for the brutal murders of Kaylee Consalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. He is, of course, serving now 4 life sentences without the possibility of parole or appeal. Ted, Julia?
Matt Johnson, thank you for breaking that down for us. Unusual, to say the least, and listening to his words. Thank you for that. And we're turning our attention now to some breaking news that we are following out of Texas in the case versus Billy Delgado. We understand that we have a verdict in this case, just around 2 hours.
Yeah, it didn't take them long. Of course, there was video of it. He took the stand. This is a live picture of the courtroom. There's the defendant stretching a little bit before he finds out his fate. And we'll see. I mean, 2 hours after all of that evidence, one would maybe lean towards a guilty verdict, but we will wait and see. John Day's watching along with us. He's in Santa Fe, New Mexico. This was an interesting case, interesting defense. The defense here, John, was I did it and I'm sorry. And that usually doesn't fly. Your thoughts on what we're going to likely hear here in the next few minutes?
Well, you know, this jury only had a short amount of time, a lot of evidence to consider, but that's a tough defense to sell to a jury in a case like this. I mean, whether they bought it or not, we'll see. But I mean, that's all they got. If you're defending the defendant in this case, you got to go with what you have. And unlikely, I would think, that that's going to fly.
And John, can you talk about the differences? Different states have it a different way when it comes to sentencing. And we're understanding that it's likely this jury is going to be the one, if he's convicted, to deal with the sentencing. What's your preference when it comes to judge versus jury on sentencing?
I mean, I think most defense lawyers would say they'd rather have a judge doing the sentencing with a judge sitting on the bench handing down a sentence. You're able to present the mitigating evidence. You're able to present a case if you're trying to reduce the exposure that your client has. You want a judge to make the call. Judges are, professionals. Juries have a great role in this, obviously, but a jury is going to be usually more easily swayed by sentiment. A judge has to weigh a number of different factors that don't come into play when it's a jury who decides.
Yeah, there was a plea deal on the table for 40 years. He's facing a max of 99 years. The strategy from the defense is let's roll the dice, let the jury sentence you, assuming there's a guilty verdict here. And I think the fact that the victim didn't die, maybe they're hoping will go towards their client's favor and they can come in. I mean, a win here is anything under 40.
Anything less than 40. Seems like he's hyperventilating there a bit. Let's get to our break. You may also notice that the clock in Washington, we have stopped that. That's because in the case against the two parents, Ihsan Ali and Zara Ali, there's a question from the jury. They're not going to read it, though, for several minutes. Let's get to our break. When we come back, we have more of this Verdict Watch coverage here on Court TV. Don't go anywhere.
Tonight, on closing arguments, our verdict watch continues as two parents stand accused of trying to kill their teenaged daughter. We're live with the very latest from today's deliberations.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Friday night, superstar guards face off as the Indiana Fever take on the Dallas Wings. Then the Los Angeles Sparks look for a win against the Seattle Storm. Coverage begins Friday night at 7. Find Ion wherever you watch. Ion, it's on.
the jury in Texas has reached a verdict in the case against Billy Delgado.
Yeah, the defendant here, he was charged with aggravated assault and family violence after he shot at his estranged wife, Erica Torres, several times. 5 times she was hit in the abdomen. He fired at her car while she was coming to pick up their daughter. He took the stand and said that he simply snapped, blacked out, and that she had threatened him.
He faces up to 99 years in prison if convicted. This is the first step. If he's found guilty, the same jury will sentence him. Let's go in for the reading of the verdict.
Okay, members of the jury, we received notice you have a verdict. Is that correct? Could I have the presiding juror stand momentarily? Is that verdict unanimous, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you hand it to the bailiff for me and you can be seated? Could I have defendant and counsel rise? The state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. We, the jury, find the defendant, Billy Delgado, guilty of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, felony of the first degree, signed by the presiding juror. Do you wish to have poll?
Yes, sir.
Do they know their numbers or not? Do they know their numbers? Okay, can I have the list, jury list? Thank you. Okay, when I call your last name, ladies and gentlemen, the question is whether that is your verdict and you join.
Okay, we'll pull out of there so that we don't hear the jurors' last names there. John Day, no surprise, guilty on that top charge.
Yeah, no surprise, especially given the fact that the jurors saw the video. The defense that I just blacked out really is almost impossible to win on. So it's a couple hours deliberating, had to consider a lot of evidence. I wanted to make sure they got their votes recorded accurately. But again, can't be too surprised with the facts of this case.
With this being a domestic violence situation where you have these partners who were in this unhealthy relationship, is the way that they described it on the stand, what do you think is going to be a mitigating factor that the defense can bring in to try and get this? I mean, there's going to be this range for this jury of up to 99 years.
Right. Well, the defense has to go with what they have, which is not much in this case. They've got to make the argument that, you know, basically the victim was asking for it. And that really never works, especially in a case where they know how badly injured, you know, basically a lifetime of care this woman is going to need based on the shooting. So, you know, they can make the claim that this was a tough relationship between the two people. But to come out and say, you know what, part of this is her fault. I mean, jurors, after hearing all this evidence, are not going to go for that.
Yeah. This same jury, of course, does now have the task of sentencing Delgado. And let's go back in. They've polled the jury. They're now moving to that second phase of the trial.
The court is going to accept and receive your verdict. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, as we discussed in voir dire, it is a two-phase process. The defendant having been found guilty, it is the jury's responsibility to assess the appropriate punishment. Both sides have an opportunity to produce further evidence if they wish to do so. So I'll ask the state to proceed at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please support? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first I want to thank you. Thank you for executing your civic duty, and thank you on behalf of the District Attorney's Office and on behalf of Mr. Adams. Now, the law is going to ask you to take the next step. The next step is to determine what the punishment should be. Now, this crime was not a crime of carelessness. It was a choice. You're going to hear evidence that is going to help you make that choice. You will hear from a nurse practitioner that spent days with Erica. He was there trying to help her to recover. He was there when she was trying to get back on her feet. And he's going to explain to you the pain and all the suffering you went through. You're also going to hear from a crash victim. She's going to tell you not only how bullying affected the community directly, but indirectly. And lastly, you're going to hear from the victim herself again. She's going to tell you all the suffering and pain she went through because of what the defendant, Mr. Delgado. And remember, you can consider all of the evidence, all of the aggravating evidence also from the guilt and innocence part of the trial. So all of this new evidence and the aggravating evidence from the guilt and innocence phase of the trial, you can consider it. So make sure you consider everything and determine a fair and firm punishment that Mr. Delgado deserves. All of that evidence is going to help you answer a critical question. It's going to help you answer what sentence will protect the victim, will protect the community, and will reflect the seriousness of this crime. When we conclude, the state is going to ask you to hold the defendant accountable, to impose a sentence that will show the gravity of the harm, the lasting trauma, and the danger posed if this violence caused by the defendant is not met with a firm and just punishment.
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be able to talk to you one more time. Let me tell you what we are attempting to do. The ESU, when you saw the case, to present some urgencies to the character witness on security. We'll be able to talk a little bit more freely now. We're not restraining by some of the rules, so we'll know all the truth about Eric and her family. And Mr. Delgado will also be able to testify if he wishes. But the family will come up and tell you all the situations they had with her and all the problems they had with her. They'll tell you all about the good times that they had with Billy, what kind of person Billy is, so you can use all that information in your sleep at the trial, and get some information to try to determine the properties. And remember, it qualifies for probation, and it's all related to the maximum amount of punishment. So, folks have a wide range of dealings. All right? Thank you.
That's statement clear for switch. Got the input? Okay.
This is, sorry, so sidebar there, then they're going to call the first witness in this penalty phase. The jury who found him guilty will have to decide that punishment. And John Day, it's a difficult position to be in as a juror. It's one thing to look at the facts and say, yeah, that guy did it, but adding this responsibility to everyday citizens is quite, it's a lot, is it not?
It is, but you know, I've talked to jurors in the states where the jurors do the sentencing, and there's actually a lot of satisfaction for those jurors because they've sat through a trial with some horrific facts like this one. They know the evidence that's been presented, and there's actually a sense of closure in the minds of those jurors, because normally in the states that don't have jury sentencing, it's up to a judge. The jurors render their verdict, they go home. But in the states where the jurors are tasked with imposing a sentence, there's a sense that they've followed this trial from the start to the finish. And the jurors I've talked to said, you know, that was a really satisfying moment for us, even if it was a horrific trial. We got a chance to have the input and have our say in what happens to a defendant. So from a juror's perspective, it's actually a moment of closure and a moment to say we participated from start to finish.
That's an interesting perspective,
like
John. And it also adds to the urgency of moving things along. We often see sentencings happen at a later date, but here, as soon as the jury is done working to get a guilt phase verdict, now we're moving to the sentencing. And it looks like they've gotten their first witness ready. So let's go in.
My name is Silvia Navarro, and I work at home, and I have one child.
And where do you reside?
¿Dónde está usted viviendo?
Vivo en Zapata.
I live in
Texas.
Zapata, Texas.
Thank you for coming down.
Gracias por venir.
Do you recall the date of June 1st, 2024?
¿Usted recuerda la fecha del día 1 de junio de 2024?
Claro que sí, cómo olvidar ese día tan triste.
Of course. How could I forget that day that was so sad?
What happened that day?
¿Qué sucedió ese día?
Ese día estábamos en la línea para dar vuelta para agarrar otra calle.
That day we were on the road to turn to another street.
Y de repente pues se vino un carro encima del carro de nosotros, ¿verdad? O sea, de una troca mía.
Then all of a sudden there was a car that came on top of us, one of our cars, our truck.
How did you feel at that moment?
¿Cómo se sintió usted en ese momento?
Pues desesperada, no sabía qué estaba pasando, fue algo muy rápido, algo que no me esperaba.
I felt desperate. I did not know what was happening. It all happened very soon. I was not expecting it.
And what did you do after you were struck by the vehicle?
¿Qué fue lo que usted hizo después de que el vehículo le golpeó?
Pues yo reboté en el vidrio de enfrente y me dolía toda la cabeza, todo el cuerpo.
I bounced off the windshield. I had body aches. My head hurt.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
¿Usted tuvo que irse al hospital?
Sí, me desmayé después.
Yes, I fainted later on.
Me llevó la ambulancia.
And I was taken by ambulance.
And how long were you in the hospital?
¿Cuánto tiempo estuvo usted en el hospital?
Pues estuve como medio día.
I was like half a day.
And did you have to go back? Did you have to do any therapy?
¿Usted tuvo que regresar? ¿Tuvo usted que tener alguna terapia?
Tuve que regresar como al tercer día porque el dolor era muy fuerte.
I did have to go back about the third day because the pain was very strong.
And today, do you still have pain?
¿Hoy todavía sufre de dolor?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have the means to take care of that pain?
¿Usted tiene con qué cuidarse de ese dolor?
Pues hace una semana tuve que buscar un doctor para que me diera algo para el dolor.
A week ago, I had to look for a doctor so that I could get something for the pain.
Okay, let's go back. What happened to your car?
Vamos a regresarnos. ¿Qué sucedió con su automóvil?
Pues mi carro quedó completamente destrozado, pérdida total. Sí, la aseguranza me pagó $2,000, $2,200.
My car was a total loss. It was completely destroyed. Yes, the insurance did pay $2,200.
And were you able to get a new one?
¿Usted puede obtener uno nuevo?
No.
No.
So after that, how did you manage to get around?
Después de eso, ¿cómo usted deambulaba?
Pues pedía RAI para mi trabajo. Ese automóvil lo usaba para llevar a mi hijo a su doctor porque tengo un niño con problemas, autismo, asma, problemas de salud.
I would ask for a ride. That car I used to use it to go to work. That car I used it to take my son to the doctor. My kid has problems with his health. He has autism. He has asthma.
And how have you managed to pay for all the car expenses?
All right, we have to slip in a break. We'll come back to this trial and more of this penalty phase against Billy Delgado. Plus, in the state of Washington, case against those two parents, Ihsan and Zara Ali, there's a question from the jury after 8.5
Puedo manejar, siento si un carro está muy cerca, me viene el recuerdo que me van a volver a chocar. Algunas veces busco quien maneje.
Well, I am afraid to drive. I feel if a car is very close to me, it reminds me, and I am afraid, and I look for someone to give me a ride.
Your Honor, permission to publish the States Exhibit 28 and 30.
Yes.
Le voy a mostrar lo que tenemos como documento de prueba número 28.
Can you tell us in what car you were driving or you were a passenger of?
¿Me puede decir usted qué vehículo estaba usted conduciendo o en qué vehículo era usted la pasajera?
Era la Escape gris.
It's the gray Escape.
So this one.
Esta.
And where were you riding?
¿Y dónde venía usted?
Del lado del pasajero.
On the passenger side.
So right here.
Aquí. Yes.
And it would be right here, correct?
¿Sería aquí mismo?
And that morning, did you foresee what was going to happen to you?
¿Y esa mañana sabía usted lo que iba a suceder ahí?
No, yo esa mañana venía con la intención de venir a comprar un piso para renovar mi trailer. Traía $500, que fue lo que usé para la reca, para mover el mueble de ahí para la salida de Zapata, que vive una hermana ahí.
No, that morning I had the intentions to go buy some flooring because I was going to renew the floor from my mobile home. I had $500 that later on I had to use for the car to be towed to the outside of Zapata. A sister lives there.
And nowadays, are you getting any medical treatment? And if so, how are you paying for it?
Ahora que está recibiendo usted tratamiento médico, ¿cómo lo está pagando?
Pues con mi dinero, con lo de mi trabajo.
With my own money from work.
And is that enough?
¿Y eso es suficiente?
¿Cómo suficiente?
What do you mean by enough?
Is that enough money to cover all the expenses?
¿Es suficiente dinero para cubrir todos sus gastos?
No.
No.
We pass the witness.
Ma'am, can you please give me your name again?
Señora, ¿me puede dar su nombre nuevamente?
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Guerrero
Navarro.
Navarro. Navarro being your dad's last name?
Navarro es el apellido de su papá?
Sí.
Yes.
Ma'am, did you hire a lawyer for the accident?
¿Usted ocupó un abogado para el accidente?
Is he helping you get money?
¿Él le está ayudando a que usted obtenga dinero?
Nos dio, nomás dijo que la bolsa de la persona que nos había pegado eran $10,000. O él cobró no sé qué tanto, nos tocaron 6,000, como 6,200 para nosotros, para mí.
He only gave us, he told us that the insurance was only up to $10,000 and he billed us. We only got around 6,000, 6,200.
Algo así.
Something like that.
Okay, so you received money for some compensation for your injuries, right?
Entonces usted recibió compensación por sus lesiones.
Fue, pues no sé si fue por las lecciones o por el golpe de la troca. No supe, él nomás nos dio ese dinero.
I don't know if it was for the injuries or if it was because of the damage to the car. He just gave us that money.
Okay. But you didn't elect to go to a jury and try to collect more damages. You chose to settle, and you settled for that amount, for $10,000, right?
Pero usted no ocupó a nadie para poder obtener más dinero. Usted estuvo de acuerdo en aceptar esos $10,000.
Sí, fue lo que nos dijo el abogado que tocaba del aseguro de la persona que nos había chocado, o sea, del accidente, y que no había otra manera que la póliza que ella tenía.
Yes, that's what the attorney said. That was our share from the person that hit us. That there was no other way. That was our portion.
Okay. Would you like for Mr. Delgado to reimburse you for your expenses?
¿Usted quiere que el señor Delgado le reembolse sus gastos?
¿Cómo?
What do you mean?
Well, you're here to testify because you're telling us of all the expenses you have. I'm asking, would it make you whole if we could repay you for those expenses that occurred because of the accident?
Usted está aquí para dar su declaración y está diciendo de todos sus gastos y estamos preguntando si usted quiere ser reembolsada por esos gastos.
Claro que sí.
Of course.
I have no further questions, Judge.
In this entire year, has the defendant or his family reached out to try to pay you?
En todo este año, el acusado o los familiares del acusado han tratado de comunicarse con usted para tratar de pagarle.
No.
No.
You had to pay for that lawyer, correct?
Usted tuvo que pagar a ese abogado, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
How much?
¿Cuánto?
Es que el abogado ese se cobró de lo que tocaba de la bolsa de la persona del automóvil.
The thing is that he,
serían 3,800, algo así.
The thing is that he took his share, I think maybe about 3,800.
So you had to pay money to get money.
Entonces tuvo que pagar dinero para tener dinero.
Claro.
Of course.
For something that wasn't your fault,
Por
correct?
algo que no fue su culpa, ¿correcto?
No.
It wasn't.
Ma'am, did you ever reach out to the Delgado family and ask them for money?
¿En algún momento usted contactó a la familia Delgado para obtener dinero?
Claro que no, no sé ni quiénes son. No soy de aquí de Laredo, vivo en Zapata, no conozco a nadie ni a la persona que provocó el accidente, no sé las razones.
Of course, I do not know the family. I'm not from Laredo. I am from Zapata. I don't know the person or the reasons.
Okay, just to clarify, you hired an attorney to see if you could get more funds for the accident, and if you obtain funds, you're going to pay him a percentage of the funds you received. Is that right?
Solamente para aclarar, usted contrató un abogado para ver si podía tener usted algunos fondos y cuando recibiera el dinero, él iba a recibir un porcentaje. ¿Correcto?
Es correcto.
That is correct.
That's all I have, Judge.
And on the day of the accident, who were you with?
El día del accidente, ¿con quién estaba usted?
Estaba con un acompañante, Guadalupe García, era el que iba manejando.
I was with a friend, Guadalupe García.
So there was two people in the car.
Entonces, ¿había dos personas en el automóvil?
Sí.
Yes.
Who passed the witness?
No further questions, Judge.
Is she excused, not subject to recall?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. You're excused. You don't have to come back. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Next witness, please.
It's going to be Joe Martinez, Judge.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given the cause to be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat over here.
Have a seat, Judge.
Please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please say your name for the record?
Joe Martinez?
Mr. Martinez, how are you employed?
I'm a nurse practitioner in the trauma department in San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. And how long have you been a nurse practitioner?
I've been a nurse practitioner for 7 years, and I've been a nurse since 2012, also in the trauma unit.
And what do you mean by nurse? Is that your title? It used to be your title, nurse, or it was...
Yes, I graduated in 2012 and started practicing as a registered nurse in the trauma ICU of that same hospital. Okay. Then I went and obtained my master's in nurse practitioner studies, and I've been practicing as a nurse practitioner since.
And you said about 6 years ago, so it was more or less about... and are you licensed here in
Texas? Yes, sir.
Okay. What does your practice consist of?
So I take care of perioperative patients, mainly trauma patients. So anyone that's in the acute phase in the hospital that is not an ICU patient and part of the trauma team, I take care of them, as well as outpatient care. So after they get discharged and they do their follow-up appointments, they come and they see me.
Okay, and right now you testify acute patients. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Acute patients are any patients that are ill enough to still be admitted into the hospital, but they are not in an intensive care unit. So they're not ill enough to where they have to be in the ICU, but they are ill enough to where they have to stay in the hospital.
Okay, and you also testified about trauma. You've been dealing with trauma patients since, I believe, 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what that means? Trauma?
So any trauma patients are patients that come in due to a traumatic injury. So majority of patients are usually car crashes, falls from certain heights, gunshot wounds, stab victims. Those are probably the majority of the patients that I see.
Okay, and before we continue, let me ask about your educational background. What is it?
So I obtained my bachelor's in nursing from Incarnate Word in San Antonio. I graduated in 2012. Same year I became a registered nurse. While I was a trauma intensive care unit nurse, I also went to school to obtain my master's at UT Health San Antonio. And after graduating, took my boards and started practicing as a nurse practitioner in 2019.
Okay, and during the course of your duties as a nurse practitioner, have you examined and treated individuals with injuries? Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
With injuries? You've treated patients with injuries?
Yes.
And those injuries mainly consist of what kind of injuries?
Mainly consists of traumatic injuries, usually gunshot wounds, stab wounds, car crashes, orthopedic injuries that they sustain from what we call polytrauma, meaning that you have multiple injuries from one traumatic episode.
Okay, so since you've been dealing with trauma victims and injuries, what are the injuries that you most typically see?
I would say gunshot wounds, stab wounds, and rib fractures.
Okay.
And orthopedic injuries from car crashes.
Okay. Do you know the victim in this case, Ms. Erica Edith Torres?
I do. I took care of her for all 3 of the hospitalizations that she had in the last year.
Okay, so when was the first time you actually met with the victim, Erica Torres?
I met Erica, I believe it was in the 1st or 2nd week of July of 2024, after she had been in the intensive care unit for over a month. And my colleagues from the intensive care unit transferred her to me and gave me a report on what happened during her hospitalization in the ICU. And I took care of her from then moving forward.
And you testified that you work for University Hospital in San Antonio.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So once you met Erica for the first time in early July 2024, what was your opinion, your medical opinion?
That she was extremely sick.
And what do you mean by extremely sick?
She had a lot of different injuries for different systems. So for her lungs, mainly in her abdomen, but she also had ongoing infections that required antibiotics. At that point, she wasn't moving or getting out of bed yet. Okay. She still had a breathing tube in her trachea, and she was still pending further surgical interventions.
What is the trachea?
So the tracheostomy tube is a tube that we put in someone's trachea when they've been on the breathing machine or the ventilator for prolonged periods of time, where it's not safe enough to just take the tube out. So we make a breathing tube for them that goes into their trachea.
Okay, so when you started treating Ms. Torres in July 2024, how many times a week would you visit with her?
I saw her on rounds every day that I was at work, so at least 5 days a week.
5 days a week, and that continued for how long?
Every day that I was at work, and that she was still in the hospital. So through her discharge, May 30th, aside from the 2 times that she was discharged from the hospital, that I would see her in clinic.
Yeah, Ms. Torres testified that she was released from the hospital May 30th of 2025. So about, if you can tell the jury, you dealt with Erica, you visited with her, you treated her, you even prescribed medicine for how long in those until May 30th of 2025?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day that I was there, I would see her.
Okay, and so you know her progression pretty much from June or July 2024 all the way to May 30th, 2025.
I know it very well, yes.
And have you met with her after she was released on May 30th, 2025?
Yes, I've met with her at the hospital once or twice, I believe.
Okay, are you still gonna be treating her?
Yes, so she's supposed to follow up with us still to continue her care.
Okay, so the jury already found the defendant guilty of ag assault. They already established that it was serious bodily injury. What can you tell the jury about any long-term effects that Ms. Erica Torres might have from this point on to the future?
So, since discharge from hospital, she's been referred to a gastroenterologist. Ms. Torres has about less than 150 centimeters of her small intestine. The average for an adult person is anywhere from 300 to 800. So she has a very limited amount of small bowel.
Okay, and how can that affect her? Only having 105 centimeters of her small intestine.
So your small intestine is where the majority of your nutrients and certain medications work on the small intestine. So she's at high risk for malnutrition, and certain medications that she takes will not be working for her the way that they would for a normal person.
Okay, you testify malnutrition. What does that mean?
That means that she's not getting the vitamins or minerals or calories from food that we eat in the same manner that people that have a full small bowel do.
Okay, and how can that affect her in the future?
She may have a hard time maintaining her weight, diet tolerance. She may not eat certain foods the way that we do, and she can also not be able to get the same medications that we get and get the same effect from them.
What exhibit is the picture we took on Sunday? Do you remember? Judge, my approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you state exhibits. 49 to 51. And you testified earlier that you've seen her since July 2024, so you're familiar with her injuries?
Correct.
When she was in the hospital. Okay. I'm gonna show you state exhibit 51, 50, and 49. These pictures were taken on Sunday, July 27th. Have you seen Erica like this?
Yes, I saw when that wound was actually completely open.
Are you talking about this one?
No, the one on her flank. Yes. So that was actually an open wound. That's a split thickness skin graft. That's a wound that we made by taking skin from her thigh and transplanting it to her flank so that it can actually cover. And that's what it looks like healed.
Healed?
Yes, that's a healed skin graft, correct.
Can this ever look better?
There's certain surgical procedures that patients may have after getting a skin graft to help it not look as scarred down, but these are not an option for her.
Why not?
Because she's too high risk of a patient because she's had multiple abdominal surgeries.
Mr. Martinez, I'm going to show you state exhibit number 50. Do you recognize this injury from Ms. Torres?
Yes, so that is her, I believe, right side. So she had wounds on both of her flanks, the right and the left. She had developed a flesh-eating bacteria when she was initially in the intensive care unit that required her to go to the operating room multiple times to help cut away all of that muscle that was necrotic.
Do you remember the timeline of that?
That was when she first came in. I believe that was in early June. She was still in the ICU, but when she was down in the acute care unit with me, we were still sending her back to the operating room for washouts of that.
Can Ms. Torres ever fix this?
No, it's not recommended that she have any other surgeries to her abdomen.
And it's for the same reason, because of her skin?
Correct, because she could get really sick. She's at high risk for any surgeon that goes in there can nick her bowel and cause the same injuries that she had before.
Finally, I'm going to show you state exhibit number 51. Again, this picture was taken on July 27th, Sunday before trial. You also recognize this?
Correct. That's her midline of her abdomen. She had, I believe, at least 3 exploratory laparotomies. And then her most recent time that we opened that wound was on April 15th for her takedown of her fistula that she developed.
And what is that, fistula?
So Ms. Torres developed what's called an enterocutaneous fistula, meaning that there was a portion of her bowel that was communicating to the outside of her skin. So anytime that she would eat or drink anything, her gastric contents would actually come out. So it wouldn't make its way down the entire intestine. So she wasn't able to absorb any of the food. And the only way that we were able to treat that is to keep her from eating.
And Ms. Torres also testified about this little thing that she has. Can you tell the jury what this is?
That's the remainder of the wound that she has from her surgery in April. That wound actually extended all the way down to the bottom of her abdomen. And we did what are called wound vac changes, where we would take a vacuum to help close it up. And that was getting changed 3 times a day at the bed, or 3 times a week at the bedside. This is the remainder of an opening that hasn't closed yet.
Do you think that opening is going to close soon, or it's going to be there for a while?
It's hard to tell. It should be closing, but as of right now, we're just having a difficult time getting it to close completely.
Okay, and again, another question. Can Ms. Erica Torres get a plastic surgery so she can fix her abdomen?
We have recommended that she's not a good surgical candidate for that.
And Mr. Martinez, does this look normal to you?
It does, in comparison to a normal person? Yeah. Absolutely not.
Mr. Martinez, you also testified about the risk of malnutrition. Can you describe what you meant by that?
So she cannot eat the same types or amounts of food that a person without her injuries is able to. So she gets nauseous very easily. We've advised her from having big meals, so she usually takes very small meals. So the amount of food that she eats is very limited.
Okay.
Therefore, she won't have the kind of nutrition that a normal person would have. So if she continues to be nauseous, she'll have a difficult time eating those foods.
And can that change in the near future?
It's very unlikely because you cannot grow more small bowel and you cannot get a small bowel transplant.
Okay.
So this is an anatomical issue that she has that's not going to change.
What about disease processes? Can you please tell the jury what that is?
So if she were to develop, with her age advancement, if she were to develop diabetes or high blood pressure, she may be a little bit more difficult to manage than a normal person because a lot of these medications work on specific parts of your small bowel. So because she has...
And what do you mean by small bowel? What is that?
Her small intestine.
Okay.
So Erica has a very small amount of small intestine, and if she develops high blood pressure or diabetes, the medications that are used to treat those will not work on her the way that they would work on somebody that has the full extent of their small intestine because they work specifically in that portion of the bowel.
Okay, so she'll be limited in taking all that.
She'll have more limited options, correct.
Okay.
And specifically for any medications that say extended release, those medications require their extended release, so they go through the entire bowel, small and large intestine, and they require a lot more time for absorption. So she's just not going to absorb what she needs out of those medications.
And that is important in case she does develop high blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes.
Correct.
It's not going to work the same as like a regular person.
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Erica Torres also testified about having PTSD. Did you treat her for PTSD?
We actually consulted our psychiatry team that's in the hospital for the PTSD.
Did you prescribe any medicine to her about?
Yes, they recommended medications. Unfortunately, during the initial portion of her hospitalization, when we weren't allowing her to have anything to eat or drink, the medications that were available to her were not an option for her because they were in pill form. So we had very limited options that were able to be given to her through her vein because that's all we were using at the time.
And just for the record, please describe to the jury what PTSD is.
It's a post-traumatic stress disorder. After somebody has a traumatic event, they can develop signs and symptoms of reliving the situation, but also can be extremely anxious, paranoid. Some of these actually, which happened to Miss Torres, they can actually be seen physically. So she would become extremely nauseous whenever she was asked about why she was in the hospital or what happened prior to her being in the hospital.
Okay, so let's go back to when she was in the hospital. You testified that you treated her for about maybe 11 months, from July to May 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you saw Erica and the progression of her injuries and her, I guess, willingness or her will to live, can you comment on that? What you experienced, what you personally observed from Erica Torres?
She was definitely very determined. So she, whenever we asked her to, get out of bed, and even if she was feeling weak or she was feeling tired, she would make it a point to get out of bed, and then she would try to even walk more. She never wore a gown. She always wanted to be in her own clothes.
Okay.
She had visitors. She would get her nails done at the hospital because she was there forever, so she would have a friend come and do them for her. She was trying to, in my opinion, be as normal as possible after being in the hospital for almost a year.
And let me ask you, I guess a follow-up question on that. Will she ever be normal again?
In comparison to a person that...
Normal person?
No.
She also testified that she can only lift about 10 pounds right now.
Correct.
Is that going to change in the future, or she's always going to be limited?
She's always going to be limited. She shouldn't be moving a couch or picking up anything super heavy.
And based on the injuries that Ms. Torres sustained, do you think she can get pregnant, on your medical opinion?
I would say no, but I would probably defer that question to a gyne expert.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Just a few questions. What's your last name again?
Martinez.
Mr. Martinez. Is there medication that she can use that can be absorbed through the skin, like some compounding medications?
It depends on what medications you're asking for. So there are some transdermal medications, but it just depends on which ones and what you want them for.
Okay. And as you see her today, is she malnourished?
She is not eating as much as she should, yes. So she actually has an appointment with a gastroenterologist next month.
So she should be gaining more weight at this time, is what you're saying?
Weight is not something that we use very much as far as malnourishment or not. She would need to get labs drawn to see what her nutrition labs are looking like.
And there's other ways she can get nutrition?
We treated her to have nutrition, which is not optimal, but it was the only option that we had at the time. She was having to get nutrition through her vein. But that's a very high risk because it can also cause liver damage, which in some cases for her it actually did.
That's all I have, Judge.
No further questions, Judge.
Is he excused, not subject to recall?
That's correct. Not from the defense.
Okay, I don't hear anybody asking for recall, so you're excused not to come back, sir. Thank you. Your next witness.
Ms. Erica Torres, Judge.
Okay, then go ahead and have a seat. You've been previously sworn. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Erica.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Okay.
Erica, I want to start off by asking, how have the actions done by the defendant on June 1st, 2024 affected you?
I have lack of nutrition. I usually am always weak. I have a lot of scars, a lot of pain. Pain is usually internally, my stomach.
Oh, okay, well, I guess, so, it seems like a lot. I guess let's start with the physical first, all right? And if you will, if we can start from the head down, okay? What type of injuries did you have to get treated because of what Mr. Delgado did?
Well, I have a hole left from the trach. It's just there. And then one of the bullets went through my dominant left hand.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I took it.
You took this photo?
I took the screenshot of my x-ray.
And it's a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I'll tender to defense for any objection. State's Exhibit 53.
I don't think I received these medical records in discovery, so I'm object. Unless they're in discovery, we can use them.
They are in discovery.
Okay, which ones are they?
They're tendered to you.
Judge, I don't remember seeing this in discovery. So I object.
Were they tendered?
Yes, Your Honor, they were tendered. We tendered him a hard drive with all the pieces of evidence we had. This was on that hard drive.
Okay. Well, I guess if you're sure, as an officer of the court, I'll overrule the objection. You may proceed. It's admitted.
Thank you. Provision published, Your Honor?
Yes.
Erica, what are we looking at here?
That is my left hand. In between my middle finger and index finger, you will see small little dots in between the two knuckles. Those.
Now let me stop you there. Are they?
Well, there's bullet fragments right there, and as well in between the hand.
So
like
is this right here?
yes,
And this little dot right here?
yes, and then that one as well. That as well, and then in between the two middle fingers, that little white line that's in between, those are bullet fragments as well.
Okay, and which hand is this?
This is my left hand, it's my dominant hand.
And where are those fragments today?
They're still in my hand. They cannot be removed. If removed, they would cause a lot more damage.
What kind of damage?
Probably not being able to function correctly. At the moment, I'm able to move my hands, but I have no sensation in these three fingers. I have multiple pain, always radiating up to my arm, down all the way to my neck, due to the fragments and the damage that is to my nerves on my hand.
And do you have a hole here? Or
Yes, I have a hole and I have a scar.
Thank you. Have you regained confidence in that hand?
No, I have not.
And you said that was your dominant hand?
Yes,
So are you able to write today?
I'm able to write, not as legible, and I'm unable to hold a pen or pencil completely.
Okay. Now, where else were you injured?
I have a lot of injuries on my abdomen, There's just multiple injuries. I have multiple surgeries. I had a hole with my intestine out. With the intestine being out, it had a fistula, which is a hole.
Now, real quick, you said you had a hole. How long did you have that hole?
I still have it. It still hasn't completely healed.
Okay. Now, and you were talking about a fish. What was it?
A fistula. It's a hole. The fistula was located in my stomach. So all the acid that our stomach has to break down foods was spilling out through there. Anything that I would intake, as in water, anything to drink, food, medications, anything was coming out through that hole. Drainage was every day. I was stuck to a wall suction, and it suctioned out every day what I was spitting. For the first couple of months, I was usually stuck in bed. Due to being in bed for such a long time, I had to relearn how to walk as well.
Okay, but let's move back a little bit. So you said you weren't able to, were you able to eat food?
No, I wasn't able to eat food at all while I was there at the hospital, nor drink anything.
Okay, and how long were you not able to eat food for?
For almost a whole year.
And not being able to eat food, how did that affect you?
It emotionally and mentally, it's really, really hard. It's like as if somebody's depriving you from everything.
And did it affect you physically in any shape or form?
It did. I was underweight. I had no muscle. My hair was falling out. My teeth were hurting constantly. I would eat to keep nutrition. It was through an IV in my arm. That was like that for like 11 months. And Monday, 3 times out of the week, I had wound care, which were dressings that they would come in and remove all the dressings, all the tape, everything that they had, wash, clean, everything they needed to do to keep this area from getting infected again. Doing that and being on the meds that they had me on, I felt everything. I felt every tug, every pull, my skin burning. I would always ask myself, like, why? Like, why am I having to go through this, and why is it that I'm surviving all of this?
You mentioned skin burning. What do you mean your skin was burning?
That hole that I had, the acid that would fall out, sometimes it was so much that it wasn't able to suction out. And because of that, so it would sit in the pocket, and around my skin around the hole would burn off.
Now, what injuries, if any, did you receive below your waistline?
A double compound fracture on my right foot.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a screenshot that I took.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense State's Exhibit 54 for inspection and any objection. This is part of the statement. It's already there.
No objection, Judge.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
That is my right foot. It's a complete break.
Is that where it's circled there?
Yes.
So that's the complete break you're speaking of?
Yes. Okay. And I have rods, screws, and I have a plate.
So you have and where is this plate and rods and screws currently today?
Still in my foot. I will be unable to remove them. I have to keep them on like forever.
Why is that?
Because that piece right there that is broken.
This piece?
Yes, does not heal. So the screws and rods and metal keep my foot together.
Has that affected your mobility in any way?
Yes, I am able to walk. I cannot wear certain shoes. My foot always is swollen. It's always in pain. I do walk. Walking is only minimal. Can't walk for a long time. At the moment, I cannot run and I cannot jump. I'm unable to lift anything more than 10 pounds.
Now, earlier you testified that you had to relearn to walk. How long did it take you to become mobile after this accident?
Without any assistance or using a walker or anything, would be around the time in January, maybe February. And it was very minimal.
And this is
2025.
Of 2025?
Mm-hmm.
And what would you think during your mobility recovery?
I did not see it ending. I didn't see an ending. There was always something new, always another complication. There was always another hurdle to have to go. It feels like it's a never-ending hurdle with all these injuries.
At any point in time, did you ever want to give up or feel hopeless?
Yes. Yes, I did multiple times. I started losing sleep over it. I don't have sleeping, like I have insomnia because it's constant. Like I said, always in pain. It's always just a reminder of everything that I have to go through the next day. And the next day is always a hurdle to have to just get up itself.
What would you say was the length of your recovery?
I'm still in recovery. I'm never gonna be done with recovery. I have short gut syndrome. I don't absorb foods, liquids correctly. I cannot, I don't have energy throughout my day. Just simply walking around, going upstairs or going downstairs, it's a struggle. It is.
And you mentioned that you will always be in your recovery. Are you still being treated for your injuries today?
Yes, I still am. I am seeing multiple doctors at the moment.
What medications are you currently on?
At the moment, I'm taking a Protonix, I'm taking Lyrica, Zoloft, and I take a Gatix. It's an injection that has to be taken every day, and that helps with some of the absorption in food that I can intake throughout my day.
Did you have to take a Gatix today?
Yes, every morning.
Did you ever have any complications while you were in the hospital?
No, I was a healthy 31-year-old with no complications.
I'm sorry. Did you ever have complications while you were in the hospital?
Yes, multiple complications.
What kind?
From what I've understood, it was always one thing after another at the beginning of the stay. After they were able to stable me and kind of figure out, it was always day to day. It wasn't, oh, we're gonna do this because this is a long period of time. No, we had to wait day by day. Surgeries were not planned ahead of time. Surgeries were literally planned within like just days just to see how I was.
How has your life changed emotionally? How has this affected your mental state?
I've never had anxiety. I never felt depression. And it's just an absolute horrible feeling. PTSD is even worse. You lose sometimes time. You're just sitting there and you're just thinking, and it's playing over and over in your head. And you're trying to get out of it and you can't. And you just sit there. It's kind of like if you feel numb and you're trying to wake up from it and you can't. So mentally, I'm constantly struggling.
Prior to this, were you on any of these medications?
None. I was healthy, 31, no broken bones, no medications.
How have the actions of Mr. Delgado affected your family?
It's affected everybody very differently. My parents had to start preparing for choices that I really do not believe any parent should have to make. My daughters, they're so innocent. They have an insane mind, and they're so scared. I can't even leave a room sometimes. My oldest was not even present at the time, and she is terrified to leave me alone. She tracks my every move because she is terrified that her mom isn't gonna come home. How am I supposed to explain something like that to an 11-year-old? And then I have my baby. How is she supposed to see her dad, her biological father, do what he did? How is she supposed to explain that? How is she supposed to go to school and be around kids that might know what's going on? My daughter's innocence have been taken away, and they were taken away by her father. My children should not be going through this. This is horrible.
Can you do any of the things that you used to enjoy prior to this accident?
At the moment, I'm not able to.
Like what? What can't you do?
We would always be either out at the ranch riding. I cannot ride horses right now, so my daughters have to do it on their own. We used to go to the gym a lot together, all three of us. Swimming. They love swimming. I cannot get into a pool at the moment. Driving, simply driving. I mean, right now, my mom and I, we watch the girls together and stuff, but my mom sometimes does have to go to work. If they want to go somewhere, they have to wait, because I'm not able to drive.
Why can't you drive?
Because the doctors are not allowing me, my doctors are not allowing me to drive due to the PTSD that I have and the trauma that I have. It's not safe, and as well, my abdomen is still open, so they do not think it's safe for me to be conducting a vehicle.
Would you say that you're able to live your life normally?
No. I'm not able to. I used to be very carefree. I was never aware of my surroundings, you know. I really never believed anything bad would happen. And now I am constantly looking at the cameras in our house. I am terrified when people come to the door. I do not like any confrontation at all with anybody. I literally shut down and just don't say nothing. Like, it's a horror. It's just horrible. Like, my sense of feeling safe and secure is already taken away.
Are you able to carry your daughters?
No. Like I said, I'm not able to lift 10 pounds or more. So I haven't been able to carry my baby at all for the past year.
Erica, how do you feel here sitting in court today?
I am nervous. I'm just really, really nervous. I want justice. I've had to pay for my wrongdoings. I've had to appear in court. I've had to deal with all the wrongdoings that I've done. I want justice for myself too. I may not have outcried many other times that I could have, but this isn't supposed to happen. My life was not supposed to be in his hands. He's not God.
Do you believe that Billy Delgado gave you a life sentence of pain and suffering?
Yeah, he did. He did. He gave me a life sentencing, and he didn't just give it to me, but like I said, he gave it to my daughters. He gave it to my family and my friends.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Torres? The jury is here to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence, right? Which will probably include a prison sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you have experience being in jail. Did you have a very pleasant experience while you were there?
No.
Back in 2012, you were booked into the Laredo Police Department for assaulting a family member. How many days in jail did you do for that?
I was not in jail. I was in there for 6 hours.
Okay, so you paid for that one by 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In 2016, you were assaulted for an assault causing bodily injury. How many days in jail did you do for that one?
In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No.
None?
In 2016. In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. In 2012, I did not get arrested in 2012.
Isn't that the one with your brother?
No.
Which one was that one?
That has to be in either 2014. 2016 has to be the one with my brother. I never got arrested in 2012.
What about the accident involving damage, driving while intoxicated, and resisting arrest? Is that you?
Yes, I did get arrested for that.
That was 2023?
Yes.
And what happened in that case?
I'm sorry?
What happened in that case?
It's still pending.
Okay. How many days in jail did you do for that one?
6 hours.
And the one for your brother was 6 hours?
I was in the holding cells.
What about the 2023 assault causing bodily injury?
Yes, I did 6 hours as well.
And the Department of Public Safety arrest for assault causing bodily injury in November 14, 2023. How many days for that one?
I'm sorry. No, the assault for Dilly, they did not arrest me. They started the investigation and then they set out a warrant out for my arrest. And when the warrant was set out, that was the one at DPS that they had arrested me for. And again, that one was 6 hours.
And the Laredo Police Department for manufacturing, delivering, or controlled substance?
That is
less
still
than a
under
gram?
investigation.
Okay, did you get arrested for that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how many hours for that one?
I was, due to when I was released from the hospital, I went in and turned myself in. And due to all the damages, I still had tubes. I had the hole in my stomach, tubes everywhere. I was medically released.
That was in June 11, 2025. You were just out of the hospital for a week?
Exactly.
Okay. And was that, you were actually detained for that case earlier and then arrested? It was the same time?
Sorry?
I mean, were you like arrested for the...
No, I was not arrested. They did an investigation, presented a warrant.
Mm-hmm.
The warrant was set out, turned myself in, and it's pending right now.
And when were you supposed to have possessed the cocaine?
Objection, Your Honor. As to relevance, Judge, and she's already answered the question, Judge. He's going into separate facts. This is under investigation. It's not a case that's been indicted or anything, Your Honor. She's not been convicted of this, Judge.
Because we're at sentencing. We're at sentencing. It's her characters at issue.
No, I disagree with that. But if she's got a pending case, then that is honor for potential bias voting. So, all our pending cases. So,
So we have a total, you're saying, and there's other incidents where you weren't arrested, the police were called, right?
Yes, with Mr. Billy Delgado, yes.
Okay. So at least we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We won't count the one in June because you shouldn't have, they couldn't detain you very long because of your medical condition, right? But 1, 2, 3, 4, and the cocaine must have been prior to June 1st, right?
From I believe so, yes. I was not aware about these charges until April of 2025.
So how could you have picked up a cocaine charge if you're June 1st, 2024?
Again, I was not arrested by an officer. I am still pending those charges. My lawyer, I still need to sit down and talk to him about these charges.
Okay, so you're telling us that prison is not a fun place to be at. Jail is not a fun place to be at, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
And that's basically been your experience of being in jail.
Yes.
And you paid for whatever you did, right?
Yes.
Now, you already have a protective order, a lifetime protective order, right?
Yes, I do.
So Billy can't see you without being arrested, being close to you without being arrested.
That is what the paper says.
Okay. He can't even see his daughter, Esmeralda, as well. He can't be within a certain amount of yards or he gets arrested.
Yes, that's correct.
So that's another form of punishment for him, right?
On behalf of his choice.
Okay. That's another form of punishment, though.
Yes.
Just like you were punished 6 hours at the city jail for what you've done, Billy's also being punished, right?
Yes.
Now, you have a brother named Louis?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And has he been to prison?
Yes.
For what?
I don't know.
He's your brother, you wouldn't know?
No, I don't.
Did you discuss his experiences in prison?
No, I don't.
relevance.
Judge, it's relevant. They're trying to send my client to prison. I want to know what she's heard.
Your Honor, he's talking about a completely different, an entirely different person, Judge.
I don't sustain objections to this witness.
You have two brothers, right?
Yes, I do.
Has the other one been to prison?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
Do you have any other siblings?
Yes, I do.
How many?
I have 3 brothers in total, and I have 2 younger sisters.
And you share the same mom and dad?
We share the same dad.
Same dad. Your mom's been married how many times?
She's 3
Objection,
times.
as to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustain.
And those are the only, Louis is the only one that's been to prison?
Objection, as to relevance, Your Honor, and he's already been instructed that that question wasn't relevant by the court, Judge.
Well, it's repetitious. You already got an answer to that, so I'll sustain the objection. What else?
Ma'am, do you ever remember sending a text to Miss Delgado, Billy's mom, basically apologizing for what you put your daughters through?
I don't recall. I used to talk to Miss Delgado a lot. She was the only person that I had in San Antonio, and granted, I had gone to her house multiple times because I was getting away from Billy, and I would tell her, like, I don't understand why is this happening, but I don't want to give up. They are my daughters, that was their dad, and I wanted to keep my family together. This was my second marriage, and I wanted to keep what was a family together.
I mean, basically you say you're sorry for putting your hands on him, on Billy, and I apologize to Billy every day when I do. Is that right?
Yes, I do. I do apologize to him.
Okay, there's no excuse for me to put my hands on him, but I'm sorry for putting my girls in this situation. I put them through. I love my daughters, and I hate what I have put. Is that?
Well, if you can tell me the date that text was sent and the conversation prior to that, then I would understand why I was sending that text message.
July 17, 2023?
July 17, 2023?
I think you were on your way to, were you on your way to SA?
July 17, 2023?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was not.
Okay. But do you remember texting things like that to Connie?
I probably have.
Okay. How many assault cases do you have, Eric? I'm sorry, I think I lost track.
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Let me see. 11:14, okay. Eric, I think I missed one. The assault that you had in Bexar County, that was, what month was that? Do you remember?
No, I'm not aware what month.
Do you remember the year?
22?
22? If you already testified that you were on deferred adjudication for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, do you think all those assaults and records that you have, do you think that, did that play into anything about this case?
No.
No? Okay. That's all I have in this witness, Judge.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, then you can see over my office recall. This is where he stands over and
State rest, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge. Let me see. Let's start off with Miss Vanessa. Okay, Megan Bagwell. Miss Bagwell, can you give us your complete name, please?
Megan Lee Bagwell,
Okay, and where do you reside, ma'am?
Burleson, Texas.
Okay, and how do you know Mr. Delgado here sitting next to me?
I'm the mother of his firstborn child.
Okay, so you had a relationship for some time?
Yes, for 5 years.
Okay. Do you know him to be a dangerous person?
Not at all.
Okay. I mean, do you, you have one child together, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you manage the visitation periods with Mr. Delgado?
Because he does lived in Laredo, he would get him for holidays for 1 month during the summer, the standard custody agreement.
Okay. And does his son enjoy visiting with him?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you encourage the visitation?
I do.
Okay. Do you consider yourself to be a good mother?
I do.
Okay. If Mr. Delgado was a dangerous person, you wouldn't allow him to see your son, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. But you've never seen any tendency like that? You've never had any interactions with your son to cause you to be scared of your child being alone with Mr. Delgado?
No, my son adores him.
Now we're here because the jury sitting over there is going to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence. Okay? We don't know what they're going to do. They have a wide range of punishment. You heard the you've heard some of the conversations with the injuries and all this stuff. I mean, does this scare you if Mr. Delgado was alone with you, that he would shoot you or something like this?
No, he would never do that to me.
If he has a prolonged absence from seeing your son, you think it's going to affect his the relationship?
Yes.
It's going to affect your son's life?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. How old is your son?
11.
11?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the jury sentences him to 5 years, you won't see him until he's 16, right?
Correct.
If sentences him to 10 years, you won't see him until he's 21.
Correct.
And by that time, he's all that important information that he should be receiving from his father. When he's a growing young man, he's going to miss out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any memories that you spent together with Mr. Delgado and your son? Any good memories?
A million.
You want to share one with us?
There's too many. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but my son enjoys talking to his dad, spending time with him. When we were together, we were a family. We had our regular fights that normal people have, and the fights that they would have were not normal. They were extremely unhealthy, extremely toxic. And I would tell both of them that it wasn't right.
Okay, but when you had argument, when you were in a relationship with Billy, you argued, right?
Yeah, we had discussions, and we would sit down and talk about what and why and how we could fix it.
Okay. You didn't throw a weight at him, did you?
No.
Would you like to see Mr. Delgado be able to lead try to live a productive life and repay whatever he owes and restitution to Ms. Torres?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Objection, ask a question, Your Honor. You can't ask for specific punishment as to the witness judge.
Okay, would you like him to continue to support his son and be a good father to him?
Yes, I would like for him to be in my son's life.
Is that what you're telling the jury here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's all I have for Ms. Beck.
Yes, Your Honor. You said that you had a child with Billy Delgado?
Correct.
Okay. Were you in a relationship with Mr. Delgado?
Correct.
How long were you all in a relationship for?
5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
When was that?
It began in 2012 and ended in 2018.
Okay. In 2018?
Yes.
That's when he started dating Erica, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did he left you for Erica?
No.
Why did y'all separate?
We were just young and weren't a good fit for each other, and we would rather co-parent and be cordial with each other than continue to try to have a relationship that we knew wasn't going to work.
Does Mr. Delgado pay you child support?
He does.
Has he paid you child support in the last year?
No, he's been incarcerated.
And you said that y'all were not a good fit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider the actions of Mr. Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times dangerous?
Yes.
You would consider him a dangerous person?
No, I consider what he did dangerous. I don't think he is a dangerous person.
But you would agree with that what he did that day was wrong?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that what he did that day was a poor example for his son?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Questions, Judge? Fine.
Okay, Ben, you step down. You're not subject to recall. You can stay in the courtroom or you're free to leave. Thank you. Next one.
Next one, Judge, is Jeanette Coronado. Jeanette Coronado?
Please, outside.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coronado. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a seat over here. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Coronado, can you please give us your full name?
Señora Coronado, diga su nombre completo.
Janet Alvarado.
You can speak a little English, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you feel more comfortable in Spanish?
¿Se siente más a gusto usted en español?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, how long have you known Billy?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted conociendo a Billy?
Llevo de conocerlo aproximadamente 23 años.
I've been known him for approximately 23 years.
And what would be the reason that you know him?
¿Cuál es la razón por la cual lo conoce?
La mamá de él es mi amiga.
His mom is my friend.
And so you've known him for 23 years. So I guess he's 30 something. You saw him actually grow up to be a man, right?
Sí.
Entonces, si tiene 23 años de conocerla, él hace como 30, ya tiene como más de 30, entonces usted prácticamente lo vio crecer.
Sí.
Yes.
Did she ever exhibit behavior like he's been accused of here?
¿Alguna vez él mostró algún comportamiento como el que se está escuchando aquí hoy?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Do you trust him around your children?
Claro que sí.
¿Usted se siente a gusto con él en presente de sus hijos?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Okay. Do you work for Ms. Delgado?
¿Usted trabaja para la señora Delgado?
Sí.
Yes.
And how long have you worked for her?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva trabajando con ella?
Ya 9 años.
Almost 9 years.
Antes de eso trabajé con ella en el 2003.
Before I worked with her in 2003.
Donde ella era mi gerente. Ella era la branch manager.
Where she was the branch manager.
Did you ever have an opportunity to meet Erica Torres?
¿Usted tuvo la oportunidad de conocer a Erika Torres?
Sí.
Yes.
And how was that you met her?
¿Cómo fue que la conoció?
Por Billy. Porque era la novia de Billy.
Through Billy, because she was Billy's girlfriend.
Okay. Did she ever work same place you were working at?
¿Trabajó ella en el mismo lugar donde usted trabajaba?
Aplicó para trabajar conmigo, pero no trabajó. No.
She applied to work with us, but she didn't work.
Have you ever had any conversations with her?
¿Ha tenido usted conversaciones con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
And when was this?
¿Cuándo fue eso?
Aproximadamente tuve una conversación en la cual me gustaría expresarla. Fue el año pasado, antes de que pasara todo esto, en la oficina. Ella fue a recoger un cheque y durante la plática yo le comenté, Billy se había ido fuera de la ciudad y yo le comenté que sí estaba triste porque él se había ido. Y ella me...
I did have a conversation with her. This was about last year. Before, she went to the office to pick up a check, and I had a conversation with her. And because Billy had left, I asked her if she was sad because he had left.
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
So you had a conversation where you discussed Mr. Delgado leaving?
Tuvieron una conversación donde el señor Delgado se había ido.
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did Erica ever go and talk to you in person?
Objection to hearsay.
It's a yes or no. Overall.
Erika fue a hablar con usted en persona.
Sí, ese día donde como me comentó de
Objection to
que...
hearsay, Your Honor.
Judge, she hasn't responded yet. How can it be
You're saying
hearsay?
yes, and she's saying that she's going to say it in Spanish, Judge. I can understand it. She's saying that she's
So it's a
calling.
yes or no. Did she talk to? She said yes. So let's move on.
Ms. Coronado, did Erica exhibit any type of aggressive behavior around you?
Señora Coronado, la señora Erika en un momento demostró algún comportamiento agresivo.
Una vez me comentó de que...
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you ever see any aggressive behavior, or just she told you about it?
¿Usted vio comportamiento agresivo o ella le dijo de este?
Ella me dijo.
Actually, he did say.
Okay, ma'am, what I'd like for you to do
Lo que quiero que
is
usted haga
not repeat anything
es que no repita
that someone else said
nada
to
que alguien
you,
más haya dicho.
unless I tell you it's okay. Understood?
A menos que yo le diga que está bien, ¿entendido?
Let's proceed.
During the 23 years that you've known Billy, have you spent a lot of time around him?
Cuando en los 23 años que conoció a Billy, ¿usted pasaba tiempo cerca de ella?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know him to be a very respectful man?
¿Usted conoce que él es un hombre muy respetable?
Sí.
You
Yes.
know him to be a very peaceful man?
¿Que es un hombre muy pacífico?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had any issues where he becomes aggressive toward somebody that you know or yourself?
¿Alguna vez él ha sido muy agresivo con alguien que usted conoce o con usted?
No, para nada.
No, nothing.
Have you ever seen him interact with his children?
¿Alguna vez lo ha visto interactuar con sus niños?
Sí.
Yes.
And what's your opinion on how he interacts with his children?
¿Cuál es su opinión? ¿Cómo interactúa con ellos?
Es muy cariñoso, responsable, cuidadoso. Excelente padre.
He takes care of them. He's very responsible.
Have you seen Erica interact with her child, Esmeralda?
¿Ha visto usted a Erika interactuar con su hija Esmeralda?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Does she act in a normal fashion around the times that you've seen her?
Las
as
veces
a
que
mother?
usted la ha visto, ella se comporta de una manera normal.
Descuidada como madre.
Careless as a mom.
Ma'am, if Billy's sentenced to prison and once he's released, are you going to help him get back, try to help him reintegrate into society?
Si a Billy entra a la cárcel y a él lo dejan en libertad, ¿usted lo va a ayudar, tratar de que él se reintegre en la sociedad?
Tiene todo mi apoyo.
He has all my support.
Okay. So it's not going to bother you, or you won't be scared if he becomes your neighbor. He's a convicted felon now, right? He's going to lose a lot of his rights. And he lives next to you. Are you going to be scared of the convicted felon coming out of prison living next to you? It's Billy Delgado.
¿No le va a molestar que el señor Billy Delgado va a ser una persona que haya estado o como hombre condenado y vaya a estar viviendo enseguida de usted, que va a perder todos sus derechos?
No, incluso está mi casa para que viva.
No, in fact, he has my house to live.
That's all I have this witness, Judge.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act?
Señora Alvarado, ¿usted cree que el hecho de que el señor Billy Delgado haya disparado a Erika 10 veces el día 1 de junio de 2024 fue un acto bueno?
Como mamá no sé qué acción, cómo yo respondería al decirme que uno de mis hijos fue dañado así. Y no fue la primera vez, o sea, no era la primera vez.
As a mom, I would not know how to answer if this was not the first time.
So this is not the first time he's fired a weapon at somebody?
Esta no es la primera vez que él le dispara a alguien.
No era la primera vez que escuchábamos que la niña había sido dañada.
It was not the first time that we heard that the child had been hurt.
I'm going to object to non-responsive, Your Honor. That wasn't the question I asked. But I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that the actions of Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on the date of June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act? Do you believe that it was dangerous, yes or no?
Le voy a hacer la pregunta nuevamente. ¿Usted cree que las acciones del señor Billy Delgado el día 1 de junio es una acción peligrosa, sí o no?
Peligrosa no es. Peligrosa lo es en parte. como mamá lo vuelvo a repetir.
It's a yes or no question.
Es una pregunta de un sí o un
no. Si fue,
No,
si
all
fue,
right, no.
si fue.
Objection, Your Honor, it's not responsive.
¿Cuál es la
There's-
pregunta?
What is the question?
Si fue peligrosa.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I'm not asking a question. She's testifying. She's already answered that it wasn't dangerous.
Hold on for another question, please, ma'am.
Espera que se le haga otra
Do you have
pregunta.
another question?
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the prosecutor didn't let you answer the question. Can I ask it again for you, please? Okay, he wants to know if shooting Erica was a dangerous
It was.
act.
Yes.
Yes or no? It is? Okay. They seem to be concentrating on trying to either have people say it's not dangerous, but you understand shooting someone's dangerous, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that is not in conformity to Billy's character. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Cross.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you can step down and you're not subject to recall. You're free to leave or
Puede
stand.
bajarse, se puede retirar o puede quedarse en esa.
Benicia Flores, please.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, you were previously sworn in the case. You're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Ms. Flores, can you please give us your full name again?
Venecia Flores?
Valencia, you are Billy's aunt, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you've known him all his life?
Yes,
You saw him grow up?
I did.
Turn
I
into
grew
a
up with
man?
him.
Okay. You've helped out in
Yes.
raising him, I guess?
Yes, I was 8 when he was born, so I remember meeting him for the first time. We grew up together, and then, I became an adult and understood the role of an aunt and took it on from there and, helped whenever I could to guide him, love him, protect him, be by his side.
So that actually he could have been like your little brother.
Yes.
And you know about this case. You've already testified. You've seen the. I don't know if you've seen the photos or not. It's a serious case. You've known Mr. Delgado for a long time. Is this what Billy's about?
No.
Does he act in conformity to what, like this, shooting people?
No.
You helped out also whenever his children needed daycare and stuff. You took care of them.
I did whenever they needed help. If one of them was working or they wanted to go out, the girls would come over to my house.
Okay. And there was multiple times where you arrived at the scene after they had an altercation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in that? What did you do to help out?
I think I would be called to kind of help, calm the situation, talk to either Erica or Billy, depending on what was going on, kind of, just see what the situation was and how I could help either Billy, Erica, or the girls.
Okay. And at times you had to take care of the kids and bring them home? Or,
Yes.
Or Billy or?
Yes.
The jury's sitting over there. They're going to determine, how many years Billy goes to prison. Okay. Once Billy's released, are you going to participate and try to help him get back integrated to society?
Absolutely. I will always be there for my nephew.
Okay, but he's you saw, he's been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The state's trying to make him out to be a very dangerous person. Are you going to be okay if he lives with you or he lives with you next to you?
I would, absolutely. Actually, he was out on bond and he stayed at my house for, part of the time that he was out. My doors will always be open. Billy, to me, is not a dangerous individual. If anything, he's the opposite. He's always been a loving kid, a loving man, a family man. Loves hanging out with the family. Of course, things changed when he got with Erica, and I feel like they removed themselves a little from coming around family. But prior to that, he was all about hanging out and just having a good time and always wanting to be around us and just loving. I've never known Billy to want to hurt someone. I've never seen him harm anyone. I mean, you can ask anyone who's grown up with him or been around him. You can ask my best friends who have known him for as long as, they've been around my life, which has been a long time, and they consider him their own nephews too, and I know that they would help him into society as well. I've always seen him with a heart of gold. I'm not just saying this today, I've said it many times to people. Billy's always checked in on family. When he comes over to my house, Thea, how can I help you? What do you need fixing? Do you want me to mow your yard for you? You need any light bulbs changed? The simple things. Mm-hmm. He's always been a loving kid and man, and I love him to death, and I would do anything for him, and I would help him get back into society, and I do plan to help him, and I'm sure he will look for me when it's time, and I will be there alongside his mom and my other family members to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. I know that he loved Erica, and I know that he would never want to harm Erica. She is the mother of his children, whom my family loves very much, and we took Erica in. We loved her, and we were all good to her. We helped her, even when they would fight, even when she would.
Okay, go ahead and describe about taking care of Erica.
If they ever had a disagreement and Erica called me, I answered the phone and I was there for her. If she just needed to vent, I never thought that their relationship was healthy, and I was honest with both of them about it. I told them many times, you guys need to leave each other. This is not healthy, and my nieces are growing up in that house and they're watching this. I don't ever want them to think that it is okay for someone to lay their hands on someone that they say that they love.
Okay.
That is not right. I don't want those little girls to think that that is normal, because it is not.
You've taken care of both Mr. Delgado's son and his daughter, right? Have you taken care of the kids?
Yes, Izzy, Bella, and Emmy.
And Emmy. Since this incident happened, have you seen Emmy?
It's going to be about a year. I have seen her since. The last time I saw her was on her birthday weekend. She was able to go to San Antonio and we celebrated her, and that's been the last time that we've seen her.
When was that?
September, probably the second weekend of September.
Okay, so we're in July.
Yeah, it's going on a year.
Almost a year. Okay. Have you seen his son?
Izzy, yes, I see him as often as I can. He lives in Burleson, but when he has games or birthdays, we're there.
Will you help him? I know if he comes out, he's not gonna have a whole lot of money. You'll probably have some, opportunity to get an education in prison and stuff, but will you help him find a job?
Absolutely. He has my house till he can get on his feet. He has a welding certificate, so, I know he can go look for a job. He will obviously have a record, so it might be a little difficult, but we will be there to see him get on his feet, because I know he's not a harm to society, and I know that he can contribute to society.
All right, thank you. That's all we have, Judge.
Thank you.
I think the state may have some questions.
They may have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Is Ms. Flores?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Flores, do you believe that Billy's acts against Erica Torres on that, you testified earlier that he's not a dangerous individual, but you would agree with me that on the date of June 1st, 2024, he was a dangerous individual?
Yes.
You testified that he's not a harm to society, right?
Right.
You would agree with me that on the date of June 1st, 2024, shooting a live firearm in a residential area, in a neighborhood, poses a danger to society, correct?
Yes, sir, but I also believe that,
It's a yes or no question.
yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Ma'am, the prosecutor cut you off. What's your belief?
I don't believe that this defines Billy. I know he had a lapse in judgment and it was a serious one. I'm thankful and we prayed that Erica made it through for the sake of her family and my nieces. But I don't believe that this defines him. I believe that he deserves a second chance to come out into society and contribute and be there for his daughters and his son. And with time, I hope gets forgiveness at some point. I know it's not easy.
Yes, ma'am. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
It would be Miss Vanessa Flores, Judge.
I believe you've been sworn in. Did you raise your hand? You do solemnly swear the evidence of the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God. Yes. Please have a seat.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please give us your full name?
Vanessa Flores.
Vanessa, and how are you related to Mr. Delgado?
I'm his aunt.
Aunt? And where do you live?
Right now I live in San Antonio.
Okay, you've lived in Laredo before?
Yes, practically my whole life.
You watched Billy grow up?
I was 9 years old when he was born.
So again, just like your sister, you basically were like, he could have been your brother.
Correct.
And during the time that he was growing up, do you ever exhibit behavior like this?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any good times with him and his children?
Yes.
Okay. Did he work? Did he play with his children?
Always tried to keep him entertained.
Okay. Did he do what a normal father does? He protects them, he provides for them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You always saw him enjoy their company?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Billy now is looking at potentially could be a long prison sentence, and the jury's sitting right there. They're the ones that determine. When he comes out, he'll be a convicted felon. Won't be able to legally possess a firearm. He won't be able to hold certain jobs. He'll always carry that mark on him that he'll be a felon for the rest of his life. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing all that, will that keep you or prevent you from helping Billy in any way?
No.
Okay. Will you help him get a job, get a place to live? Will you help him do that?
Yes.
Okay. Even if he lives with you in San Antonio, but better than returning to Laredo, right?
Correct.
Okay. In the meantime, will you help his children if they become available for you to visit?
Of course. Always.
And right now, there's been no they haven't attempted to see, have you attempted to see Amy?
We always wanted to see Amy, but it's going to be a year that we haven't been able to have the rights to see her.
Okay. There's a lot of ways to help Mr. Delgado, man. You can help him find a job when he gets out. You can help him, encourage him to get some counseling, things like that. Are you willing to do all that for him?
That and more.
Billy will need a lot of help when he gets out. You agree with me?
Correct.
And during this time that you saw him grow up, did you ever think something like this would ever happen?
Never.
I mean, this is a dangerous event, right?
Correct.
Has Billy ever held a grudge where he hates somebody and always doesn't forgive them for things they've done against him?
Never.
Did he change when he started dating Erica?
Yes.
He wasn't the same person?
No, sir.
Okay, so whatever happened in that relationship, it changed him.
Correct.
And what kind of unusual behavior did you notice in him, if you could tell us?
Separating himself from the family.
That was one of them?
Yes.
Anything else?
I wouldn't get those phone calls or those texts with the heart emoji saying, "I love you, punk. How you been, Tia? Do you need anything? Are my cousins okay?" Basic family things that he would call and text.
And you miss all that?
I miss him. I miss it every day.
Okay. Well, he's not going to be able to do that for quite some time. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you hope to be reunited and do that all again.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have with this witness, Judge.
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, then you can step down and you can have a seat in the courtroom. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to call Ms. Connie Delgado.
Go ahead and have a seat, ma'am. She was previously sworn, still under oath.
Delgado, can you please give us your name?
My name is Maria Concepcion Delgado.
And you are Billy's mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know a lot about this relationship between Erica and your son?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were present after some of these assaults occurred, correct?
Every single one.
You would have to show up and kind of keep the peace and divide them or whatever you had to do, right?
We did. Her family wasn't around.
Okay. And it was, how many times do you think it was?
Of her putting her hands on my son?
Yes.
I can't count them.
Okay. How many times do you think the police showed up?
More than 2 handfuls, more than 10 times.
A lot of times your son didn't. Son, before this relationship and during the relationship, did his character change or his personality?
Yes, sir, it did.
Can you tell us what exactly?
I couldn't understand why my son distanced himself from his family. We are a very close family. And Miss Erica's a narcissist. She can make you believe what she wants you to believe, but she wants you to imagine that she is the one that doesn't do anything. And as a mother, I have 3 boys, and I'd be damned if my boys lay a hand on their girl.
So
They were raised very, very well-mannered.
So this is very upsetting for you because your son did actually a little bit worse than laying hands. He shot a woman, right?
My son that is a parent now, and when a parent hears that their child has been injured or hurt, in the sense of my granddaughter, their response could be driven by instinct, love, or protection.
And the child's actually made an outcry to more than one person, right?
Correct.
But there's going to be justice for Erica, but there never may be justice for Emmy, right?
There's never been justice for my son. We have gotten law enforcement involved, and things just lay on people's desk around here, Laredo. And she's told me, with her own words, her family will get her out of anything.
Okay. Well, she's already done, I think, 6 hours, 6 times, 36 hours already in the holding tank. She's felt she's already paid for her errors. Your son's going to be asked to do more than 36 hours. Okay? And that's going to be a difficult situation for you and your family, ma'am. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you going to encourage him to get counseling, to get an education while he's in prison?
My son's thoughts in there have been discussed, and he will continue his education and come out to be the voice of domestic violence for men.
Will you help him once he's released?
I definitely will. He's got all my support.
Okay. You'll help him find a job, get a place to live?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I know you want to express your rage, but the jury's already made a decision.
Correct.
Okay. Now they're just contemplating how many years they want to send him to prison. Okay. If they send him to prison for a very long time, he will lose his ability to be a parent to his daughter and his son. Will you agree to help his daughter and son?
Most definitely. My granddaughter has been taken from me. Miss Erica did not raise her daughter for the first 3 months of that little girl's life.
Who did?
I did, and my father and my husband. She lived with us for the first 4 months of her life because she is not a good mom.
Where was Erica during that time?
In Dallas, dealing with her emotions.
Okay. Well, she showed a lot of emotions here in trial. They're going to be asking for the jury to sentence your son to prison. Would you like for your son to come out and be able to try to get back into society and get whatever normal life he can?
Yes, sir.
You still want him to have an opportunity to be able to raise his son and daughter?
His son and daughter. I don't think that anybody deserves the right to be taking their daughter away from them when they've caused no harm to their child.
Well, he's already been...
That man loves his little girl. She is his life, just like her son. They are his life. He is a great man.
Objection to narrative, Your Honor. No question was asked.
Ms. Coronado, I mean, your son's already been punished. They were able to obtain a divorce without Erica being present.
Correct.
They were able to obtain protective order, lifetime from Emmy.
Protective order against Emmy.
Okay.
Without any presence.
And right now, as a grandparent, you don't have a visitation with your granddaughter, right?
I don't. His grandma asked me to please not come around, or she would charge me with harassment.
So that means you'd have to file your own lawsuit, try to get grandparent access.
And I will.
I mean, that's your intention, is to try to get some access to your grandchild.
Correct.
Why?
I will go to any extreme to get access to my granddaughter.
Because they already felt it necessary to make sure that he never sees
How can you hurt a little girl?
Relevance, Your Honor.
How can you hurt a little girl's heart and take her away?
Stop, ma'am. When an objection is made, if you'll
Oh,
stop,
sorry.
rule on it. Thank you. I'll sustain the objection if you'll ask another question.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, how do you intend to overcome this? Your son's already prohibited from ever seeing his daughter.
Objection as to relevance.
We cry every day for my little girl, and they know how much he means to us. And how? Forget about us and our feelings. How can you do that to my granddaughter, knowing that we are her life and she loves us dearly? How? If you don't care for a toddler's heart and feelings, how human can you be? Just as unhuman as my son was that day.
Well, they're using that child as a tool.
They always have.
And you compare it to what Billy did that day. Is it that bad?
No, but
Objection
we
as
knew
to
it was
relevance,
coming.
Your Honor.
The family fights with each other. The family has a lot of quarrels with each other. The family has a lot of issues with each other. And obviously they don't care to give my granddaughter at least some peace and let her be involved with Billy's family. My husband cries for that little girl every day.
Objection as to narrative.
Does your husband cry for his daughter every day?
Every day. He gets ill every day. And when they hear me say this in this stand today, they know what I mean. That man and that little girl were inseparable. Erica's family never helped her to take care of that little girl. That little girl lived in Laredo.
Object, that's his narrative, Your Honor.
Where did the little girl live, man?
When she lived here in Laredo, that Erica moved over here and brought her over here. That little girl would be sent to Laredo almost every 10 days so that we can care for her. Over 15 days she'd stay with us because her mother couldn't help her care for her. But now all of a sudden she's got a whole family that can help her care for her.
So you and your husband were the one taking care of this child.
Correct.
Objection
Financially
as to relevance, Your Honor.
and taking care of her. The little girl lived in San Antonio 5 years of her life, practically all the time with or without her mom and dad.
All right, ma'am. That's all we have, Judge.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, you step down, ma'am. You are welcome to stay in the courtroom.
Thank you.
Next witness.
That's all we have, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, both sides have rested and closed their evidence on the punishment phase. We're going to take a short recess for the afternoon and bring you back in. Should have the charge ready at that point. So take 15 minutes, remember my instructions. We'll see you in 15. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
She doesn't even care what her son did. She has zero remorse. She thought he was going to walk away. She said she has 3 boys. I guarantee that all of them walk all over her like that. And she's going to continue to let them, and they're all going to end up in jail.
Okay, be seated in the courtroom, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, both sides have rested and closed their evidence on the punishment phase of the trial. We have the final charge. I'm going to read it to you. Once again, you'll have it in the jury room to consult, and you'll have any evidence that was introduced in the punishment phase, as well as all of the evidence that was introduced in the first phase of the trial. Cause number 2025 CRG 000717D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado, charge of the court on punishment. Members of the jury, the defendant Billy Delgado has been found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family as alleged in the indictment. It is necessary that the jury assess the punishment for this offense. You are instructed that the punishment for committing the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family is confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for life or for any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at life or any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. In addition to imprisonment, an individual found guilty of this offense may be punished by a fine not to exceed $10,000, and if you so choose to assess such a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your verdict. If you assess a fine, it will not be paid to the victim or victims, if any, but it is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating, among other things, that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family, and the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. You are instructed that the defendant may testify on his own behalf if he chooses to do so, but if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this, the punishment phase of the trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial. Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law that applies in this case, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant because the application of that law will depend upon decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law, but you are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. A suitable form is attached for your verdict if you should care to use the same. However, such form is not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your verdict. In any event, your verdict must be unanimous and signed by your presiding juror. Respectfully submitted, Sid Harrell, presiding judge. Jury form is a little more complicated, ladies and gentlemen, because you have several choices. You have the choice of assessing a term in the penitentiary, no fine. You can add a fine. You can determine if the sentence is less than 10 years, all of the provisions, including probation. So read carefully the verdict form and make sure it is signed correctly, reflecting the unanimous verdict of the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, both sides have requested 40 minutes if they wish to use the same to argue the case. State once again has the opportunity to open and close. You may proceed. May I please the court? Counsel?
Ladies and gentlemen, who do you sentence? Who's at trial here? Is it that man right there? Right here, sitting on this stool? Or is it that woman right there, Erica Torres? Literally, who do we sentence? Because according to the defense, it sounds like Erica Torres is a defendant and Billy Delgado is a victim. What do we hear through these witnesses? And not just these witnesses, but the witnesses, the evidence that came through guilt or innocence, that she's a bad mother. We heard it from his own mother, Connie Delgado, that she has criminal history. All I saw was mud being thrown one way, their side to Erica. Did Erica do that? No. She took the stand, she owned up to everything she did. She took her responsibility. So really, who's at trial here? The state of Texas versus Erica Torres? Or is it the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado? Now, I want to talk about a timeline, because I think it's very important. The timeline, it pertains to the guilt or innocence phase, but I think it's very important that I talk about it, because it goes to show that what he did, what was the reason why he did what he did. And I think it's something that's aggravating that you can consider as evidence for punishment. As my colleague Mr. Flores said, you can consider evidence that was presented to you in this phase and in the last phase. Let's go over that timeline. On May 19, Erica tells Billy that Billy tells Erica that it's going to be her last birthday. Kayla de la Cruz confirms this. On May 31st, at night, Emmy tells Billy Delgado about an alleged sexual abuse, which was found to have no merit. Billy doesn't call Erica to confront her. Billy doesn't call the cops. Billy doesn't even tell his roommate Sharon. He doesn't even go to look for Uncle Louie. By this point, on June 1st, we know that Erica is out socializing, having fun. There's testimony where she was having fun, socializing, having brunch. Erica testified that whenever she leaves Billy, Billy turns violent. He doesn't like that. Sharon Estrada, her roommate, testifies that he is happy baking pancakes when he's home. Erica testified that she was at brunch, socializing, moving on with her life. By this point, she had already asked for divorce. While in brunch, she gets a call from Billy. Hey, come pick up daughter, Emmy. She takes off. And that's when she's mowed down by a 9mm. Now, I ask, why is this important? Defense made it seem that it was because of this rape, this sexual assault, that there was no merit to it. No, the truth is it was because of power and control. He didn't like it. Billy didn't like it when Erica would leave him. That's what that was. That's what this timeline is. It shows power and control that Billy has over Erica. Again, she was socializing. He could have waited until Sunday to pick up, for Erica to pick up Eddie. He could have just waited one day and talked with her. No. He didn't like that he was having brunch with her. He was out with friends, that she was out with friends. No. Let me call her on a Saturday. Let me bring her over. Which goes with the trap, the ambush that he was setting. I think that's very important and something that should be considered as an aggravating factor when it comes to sentencing, ladies and gentlemen. Now you saw it for yourself, power control. You saw it for yourself. When he took the stand and Mr. Torres was questioning him, look how he was acting. When he was in that interview room with Investigator Vela, look how he was acting. Power control. Now imagine the times that we haven't seen them or when we don't see them. Now, Connie Delgado, that's mommy, that's his mom. She's willing to do anything for her son. But ladies and gentlemen, she's an enabler. She condones it. Remember the jail call? A mother can't defend against certain things. Yet, here at trial, she's justifying her son's actions. And mind you, this is when she took the stand and she said, oh, she's a bad mother. She didn't even have her kids for the first 4 months. Would a bad mother still allow access to her grandma to have access to her grandchild for 10 days out of the month? She's also inconsistent. On June 1st, she testified that Uncle Louis wouldn't do something like that. Yet at trial, for the first time, it came out, for her son's defense, it came out about this underwear, that there was mucus on the underwear. This story came out. Okay, well, what did you do? Did you follow it up? Did you go to the cops? Did you do anything? No, she didn't. No, she came up with this story for the first time right here to defend her baby boy, Billy Delgado. And again, she takes a stand. What does she talk about? She made about Eddie and how Erica and her family treated her. How Erica's family did worse things. How Erica's a bad mother. How Erica wasn't in Emmy's life for the first 4 months. She never held Billy accountable for his actions. And if we recall the jail call, ladies and gentlemen, you need to want to help yourself so that we can help you, Billy. The way she's condoning and enabling him, she goes out there, yes, I'm going to be here to help him if he gets out. I don't think so, ladies and gentlemen. So you need to focus. The defense is, again, they're trying to shift the focus from what we have been saying. Billy made a choice. There are consequences to those choices. You must sentence him in accordance for that choice he made, for the consequences that he had on that woman right there and on the community that he put in danger. Now, I heard a statement that the state is making him look like a dangerous person. No, I think he did that pretty well himself, firing 10 shots at an individual who did not see it coming in an ambush. The state is not making him look like a dangerous person, ladies and gentlemen. The state just wants to show that a choice was made which has consequences. You've held him accountable for those consequences, but now you need to sentence him. One, as Mr. Flores said, that keeps in mind the safety of the victim, of Erica Torres, of the community, of people like Ms. Sylvia Navarro, and to deter this from happening again in our community. And Judge, I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Soko. Thank you.
court, opposing counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard some wild, ridiculous accusations here today. Okay? Yelling and screaming and trying to make it like the harder they yell, the stronger that is more correct, right, than anybody else. Attacking the client's mother. Okay? She didn't do anything. All right? She's just here to tell you about her son, how much she loves her son. You're the ones that are the citizens. You could deprive her of ever seeing her son again. Okay? So it's serious. And that's what she was trying to tell you up there. This gentleman here totally disregard the love of the mother for her son. Okay? They did their best, whatever the kind of relationship that Erica had with her son, they did their best to help him. They tried to help him. They took care of the kids. Okay, what do you want? All right? They said that Billy's dangerous. One day out of his life. Okay, 1 5-minute section. And you're going to ask him to for the rest of his life. For his life. Okay? I'm trying to put up witnesses to show you that's not him. That's not him. How did he get there? Out there. Okay, I read off 6 instances where she was arrested. And she said, I already paid my price. Okay? By the 6 hours that she didn't hold herself released. Did we ever find out what happened? Everything's pending. You can't talk about it because it's pending. That would say. Pending. Everything is pending for her. For Billy Delgado, the only thing that's pending is you. You sentenced him. Choices and consequences, right? She made choices. What are the consequences? Nothing. See the disparity? You see how he becomes upset? And how everything just got to that pinnacle? She made choices, there's no consequences. He makes choices, there's consequences. That's how we got it. Okay, that level of frustration. That somebody else gets to do something, nothing happens to them. He sees his child getting injured, and he just blows up. That's not him. Okay, he's trying to protect his daughter in a way that maybe he shouldn't have done it. Right? And he injured somebody, he regrets it, he told you he's remorseful, and he wouldn't do that. But you have children. If somebody's injured your child and you feel helpless, you probably do something out of the ordinary. Okay? That's what. And these gentlemen here are trying to condemn him. Okay? He found him guilty of the aggravated assault. He'll carry that for the rest of his life. As a felony conviction. Okay? Certain jobs are not available to him. No, they're all done. The range of punishments, probation, for life in prison. I'm here to tell you, probation is very hard. You can't judge the citizen to be citizen, but probation is kind of 10 years or less. But it's very hard. You come out dirty one time for marijuana, cigarette, you try to sentence him to prison. DWI, somebody gets hurt, just you, comfortable be over. For him, he gets prison. Okay? Anything he violates the law, he goes to prison. It's very hard to judge the order of counseling, the order of classes, drug classes. And we're also, okay? In this case, I asked questions about the severity of the offense. Would that drive the sentence higher or lower? And a lot of you said no, it just depends on the whole entire sets of facts. I asked about second chances. Most of them raise your hand here, you deserve second chance. I asked, punishment or rehab. I think that was, we have a majority said rehabilitation. Okay, those are few extremists that said no, I don't want to punish. Right? I think in this case, you guys have to do a wide range. I wish you'd be back there to listen what's important to you, what drives the sentence. Is it lack of criminal history? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? Is it the injury? Erica, is that going to drive the sentence up or down? I don't know. Okay? But I'm here to tell you that in order to appease the Torres family, I would suggest that you sentence Delgado to at least 5 years at the minimum. Okay? You'll be able to get back out to society, you'll be able to see his kids. You'll be able to get his education,
life doesn't. Okay? Normal life takes care of his kids, his family, loves his family. He said he always was doing my faith, he became involved with it. I suggest the majority of us just give him a second chance. Erica's been arrested 6 times, she's got a second chance, more than 2 times. She's got 6 chances. All right? We're just asking for one more for them. All right? Yeah, the Delgado family, we thank you for listening to the case.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We heard a lot of testimony. We heard from the witnesses. A lot of Mr. Delgado's family, right? A lot of friends. And I understand it's hard. It's difficult to take the stand and testify. And they testified as to that he's a good person, that he's a great dad, he's been there for his family. And I'm sure at one point, Mr. Delgado was. I'm sure he was. In fact, you even had someone come here and testify and say that they believe shooting a person 10 times wasn't dangerous. That's how much they like Billy Delgado. As preposterous as that sounds. But somewhere along the way, Mr. Delgado changed. Billy changed, and he is not that person that they're talking about. Mr. Delgado changed, and you saw the real person he was. And like Erica told you, he puts up a front, he puts up a character. Well, on the date of June 1st, 2024, he pulled back the curtain, and he showed the public, he showed the real world who the real Billy Delgado is. Now, defense came up here and they told you they're asking for a 5-year minimum. 5-year minimum. And we talked about this in Ward Dyer. I asked if you all could consider the full range of punishment. He's asking for 5 years. Now I'm going to ask you to consider the idea of 5 years. I ask that you consider it, think about it, and then get rid of it. This is not a 5-year case, ladies and gentlemen. By no means. This is not a 5-year case based on the evidence and everything we've showed you here today. Punishment factors. What are you going to consider? What must you consider for a proper sentence? We look at the severity of the crime. How serious was the crime that we're looking at? Harm to the victim. What did she suffer? Remorse of the defendant and acceptance of responsibility. Is the defendant sorry for what he did? And deterrence. A sentence should deter the offender from committing future crimes and also deter others from committing similar crimes. Severity of the crime. He put the entire community at risk for his own selfish motive. Ladies and gentlemen, he shot a gun in public. Not only was he trying to shoot and kill Miss Erica Torres, but he was also shooting with no disregard for where those bullets were going. You heard Mr. Pina take the stand. He was worried that bullets were going to fly into his house. You heard Officer Castillo. He was off duty, and he heard the gunshots. This was not a little isolated incident. This is something that affected our entire community. This was something that was out in the public. And you have someone playing cowboy like this, but shooting guns. He left Erica with no choice but to drive away, injured and fighting for her life. What was she supposed to do? Sit there? You heard her scream, "Kayla, call 911, he shot me." Was she supposed to sit there? And if you look at that video, State's Exhibit 5, I know he's talked about this previously. He's walking, and he's walking with a purpose. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because he was gonna finish the job. He was gonna finish the job that day. Because for him, his objective was to kill Erica. Because don't believe for 1 second he was gonna go up and open the door and say, "Are you okay? Are you all right? How can I help you, Erica?" No. He greeted her with gunshots raining down on her. That's how he greeted her. "Hello, how are you doing?" Bang, 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 bang. He wasn't going to go in to check on her. He was going to finish the job, what he intended to do. Sylvia Navarro, the accident victim, she came here to testify today. Because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what we showed you on State's demonstrative. When Erica got shot, she got shot right here. She drove down 2 blocks with no recollection, and she told you, "I was trying to get to the hospital. I was trying to make it to the hospital." So she turns right onto Clark Boulevard, drives down, no recollection, bleeding out, in and out of consciousness. The entire community is going about its day. The community doesn't stop because a crime occurred, putting women, children, other drivers at risk, people walking on the sidewalk, and she's driving this entire way until boom, right there, the crash that you see. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this was not something that was just between a couple. This was something that affected a lot of different people. She told you that her life was shaken by what Mr. Delgado did. She still has injuries for that. She had medical bills. She's still in pain. She has to get medication for this. That was her family vehicle. That's what she used to get to work. She had to get rides after that. You're talking about, that's just one person. There was still another person in that car, and there's still another person in the van that was smashed in the middle. So this isn't just about Erica as well. He affected so many lives. This is about the damage, all the damage that one man caused. All because he wanted to kill Erica Torres. She told you she's afraid of getting in cars because of what happened that day. Harm to the victim. What harm did the victim suffer? What harm did Erica Torres suffer? You heard Billy's mom tell him, this is not a slap in the face. No, it's not. Because she laid there in that bed with her stomach open for days, for weeks, for months, getting suction out of her stomach. She's essentially lost a year of her life in a hospital. And Mr. Vega, he was there and he's like, well, is sitting in jail bad? Sitting in jail is pretty bad, right? He asked her. What about sitting in a hospital, fighting for your life, not being able to eat food, not being able to eat solids, not being able to drink liquids for a year? That's pretty bad. And who's responsible for that? That man right there, Billy Delgado. All this damage to everyone that suffered, everyone in the community, and to Erica is because of him. She told you, I'm gonna have lifelong injuries. She's had over 30 life-saving surgeries. She has assisted living. She has to live with her parents. She's filed for disability. She has to get rides from her mom. She can't drive. She is completely dependent. She has lost her ability to be a normal person because Mr. Delgado stole that from her. He took that away from her. She told you she has PTSD. She lives her life in fear every day. And you all saw the picture. In case she ever tries to forget, she'll always remember because there's still little pieces of the bullet sitting inside of her. Little fragments that they can't take out because they'll cause more nerve damage to the hand that she writes with, her dominant hand. But how dominant is it, right? She can only lift 10 pounds. She can't pick up her daughter to give her a hug. She told you she can't ride horses. And she obviously can't walk very far because of the malnutrition she could suffer and because she can't eat large portions. She in fact fought here to testify today. She told you, I have no energy. She testified, I'm always in pain. As she sits here, she's in pain. Her normal will never be normal. Because Billy Delgado took that away. And Billy Delgado made that happen. She will never live her life according to her terms. And we don't know how this has affected her life expectancy. Because anything can happen, but she can't take medications the same as you and me. She can't get medical care the same as you and me. He left her in a fragile state. And not only in a fragile state, he gave her a life sentence. She's gonna have a life sentence. Whichever way you spin it, she will have a life sentence of living with the injuries, the pain, and the suffering for the rest of her life. We heard Joe Martinez, who treated her with all 3 of her hospitalizations. He saw her every day. He told you she only has 105 centimeters of her intestines. She's at high risk of malnutrition. She can't eat like a regular person, and it won't change in the future. She won't get better from this. She is permanently damaged. Like he said, she can't have surgery to fix this. This display, he even said it's not normal. The way it is today, that's the way it will always be. And she can't have anything done to her because he told you she can't reproduce skin. She can't heal like you and I can. So God forbid that something happens to her. She cannot fix her abdomen. If they accidentally cut her bowel, it'll cause the same injury as before. And he told you he saw her suffering, that she couldn't eat or drink for that year, or for that time, while she was not able to eat. She testified, my hair was falling out, my teeth hurt. That's because she wasn't getting the proper nutrients. She wasn't getting what you and I get, what us normal people get from eating food. So then we look at remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. We consider remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. Till this moment, Mr. Billy Delgado is still hiding behind his excuses. Remember, was I blacked out or I did it for my daughter? And even then, people were trying to justify his actions. But that's just not the case, ladies and gentlemen. Because that was a dangerous act, and no one deserved to suffer that pain. No one deserves to suffer the pain that Erica is living through, day in and day out. You saw the way he was with officers. You saw the way he was with Mark Vela, and you saw the way he testified. And if that's not enough, you saw the way he was with his mother on the phone, the way he spoke to her. He's a different person in front of people. He puts on a character. Ladies and gentlemen, I would hate to see what he's like behind closed doors. But you know who does know? Erica. Those are the glimpses of the real Billy Delgado. June 1st, 2024, that's the real Billy Delgado that we're dealing with. And you heard Mr. Delgado. You heard him tell you. As I asked him, did you regret this? And you heard what he said. And I asked him, did you regret it right away? And he said, I regret it as soon as I did it. Right after I did it, I regretted it. That's not the case. He doesn't regret it, and he still doesn't regret it. Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. Not very remorseful there. The only thing he could accept that day was trying to kill Erica. Because he, afterwards, he tried to stalk her. He tried to get to her, like stalking prey. Walking up to her. Erica's lucky to be alive. Why is she lucky? States Exhibit 6. Like I said, Erica is lucky to be alive, right? Oh, I apologize. They've taken the magazines into custody. She's lucky to be alive because she had 2 magazines in Mr. Delgado's pocket that were waiting for her. She had 2 magazines. If you see him reach into his pocket, you see him, he's there, he's digging into his pocket. He's there reaching to his pocket because that's what he was reaching for. That's what he was reaching for. A fully loaded magazine ready to unload these on Erica. That's the real Billy Delgado. Not to mention the one he used entirely. Remorse and acceptance of the responsibility.
But you're not understanding that this was not a slap in the face. And this is when we tell our children as growing up, do not do things that we cannot protect you from. That you're going to regret. There's only so much we can teach you, and there's only so much. How about that?
Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. This was days after Billy Delgado had shot Erica. While she's laying in a hospital unconscious, fighting for her life. He didn't regret a single thing. That's the real Billy Delgado. That phone call, that's the real Billy Delgado. Deterrence. How do you deter someone like Billy Delgado from committing future crimes and also deter other people, others from committing similar crimes? And Mr. Vega's right. He brought up a very good point. In Vordar, he asked you, who here believes in second chances? Who here believes in second chances? And everyone, a lot of people raise their hand, and understandably so. Ladies and gentlemen, this is chance number 1. That's chance number 2. Chance number 3. Chance number 4. Chance number 5. Chance number 6. Chance number 7. Chance number 8. Chance number 9. And chance number 10. And let's not forget, the biggest chance of all, when Mr. Delgado grabbed this firearm, placed his finger on the trigger, wrapped it around the trigger, pulled it out, and pointed it at Erica. That's the biggest chance he got. He had all these chances. He had all these chances. So this is not about second chances. There you go. So sentence. You heard Dr. Madero say Erica had less than a 50% chance of living after the medical treatment she received. You saw the defendant fire 10 shots at Erica with no mercy, no hesitation. We're going to ask you for 75 years. 75 years to serve. We're going to ask you for 5 years for each and every single casing he fired at her. 5 years for each shot he laid against her. And we're also going to ask you for 25 years in addition to that, for the pain and suffering that Erica will live through for the rest of her life, or whatever life expectancy she has. 75 years, ladies and gentlemen. We're not asking for life in this case. We are not asking for life in this case. What we're asking for is justice. And I'm going to leave you with one last final thought. Because every single time that you try straying away from 50, I want you to think of every single time you try thinking about going below 50, I want you to think of, because the date of June 1st, 2024, all Erica heard raining down on her was multiple gunshots. And now we're here today. It is time to make a decision, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to ask you that when you go, you grab this punishment range form. And you will sign 75 years to serve. That is justice. Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, you'll have the charge of the court in the back to guide you. You will have the evidence, and we will await your unanimous verdict. Please carefully read the verdict form to make sure the final signature complies with your unanimous verdict. Would everyone please rise for the jury?
All right, for the jury.
I'm so surprised that only of these still on 30 plus. We might have 100.
Okay, please be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I received indication you have a verdict. Is that verdict unanimous, sir?
Yes, sir.
Could you hand it to the bailiff for me? Thank you. Mr. Delgado, counsel, would you please rise for me? Cause number 2025 CRG 000717D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. We assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 50 years. No fine assessed. Do you wish to have him polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jury list order. Thank you. Okay, same thing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call your last name. If you agree with the verdict, say yes. If you don't, for some reason, say no. Nieta? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to accept and receive your verdict. At this time, Mr. Delgado, would you and counsel please approach the bench for me? The jury, having returned a verdict of 50 years in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, is there any legal reason why we should not proceed to sentencing at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Then, Mr. Delgado, I will accept the verdict, assess a 50-year term in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. You will receive credit for any time you've been incarcerated pursuant to the law, and you have 30 days in which to file a motion for new trial and notice of appeal, which your lawyer can further advise you on. If you'll have a seat over there, I believe we may have some victim impact statements.
Your Honor, one question.
Any victim impact?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. Or will we be going off the record?
To go off the record pursuant to the...
Yeah. Correct, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the rule. You don't have to ask me. I follow the rules. Okay, my understanding, y'all can have a seat there if you don't mind. And I believe they come up to the bench for security purposes and we do the victim impact from right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is an opportunity now that the sentence has been heard and imposed for individuals affected by the case to address the court or to address the jury or to address the defendant directly. And for security reasons, we ask them to come right up here, please. And as I indicated, you can face me, you can face the jury, or you can face the defendant. You may proceed.
There are no words that can truly capture what I felt like that day you shot me. My life changed forever. In that moment, I faced with unimaginable pain and fear and overwhelming questions of whether I would survive and see our daughters again. And yet, by the grace of God, I'm still here to see the day of light. I am a living miracle, and I thank Him every day for giving me the strength, not just to survive, but to keep moving forward for our children. What happened that day will never be forgotten. The physical scars are constant reminders of the violence I endured. The emotional wounds are deeper, and the trauma, the fear, and the loss sense of safety and the road of healing it still continues. You didn't just try to take away, you changed everything. You changed our daughters' lives forever as well. They are victims too. They carry trauma of what you did. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they feel the pain in ways you may never understand. You didn't just hurt me. You hurt them, you hurt my family and your family, the people who trusted you, who believed in you, and who carried a different kind of wound. And yet, despite everything, I forgive you, Billy. That forgiveness does not mean I forgot. It does not excuse what you did or erase the pain you caused. It means I chose peace over hate. I choose not to let that moment define who I am or to change me to anger. My faith has carried me through the darkest hours, and that's the faith that gave me the strength to forgive you, not for your sake, but for my own and for the sake of our daughters. Whatever you did forever altered my life, but it has not destroyed me. You took so much, but you did not take my will to live, my faith, or my dignity. I hope you one day truly understand the gravity of your actions. I hope you find the accountability and maybe one day redemption, but that is between you and God. I speak the words not from bitterness, but from the truth. And I share them because I believe that the truth deserves to be heard, just as I deserve to heal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you. You can be seated.
There are no words that can fully capture the depths of pain and horror I felt the day you shot my daughter. As a mother, my worst nightmare became reality. I will never forget the moment I received the call. My heart stopped and my world shattered. That day changed all of our lives forever. You didn't just try to take her life. You took her sense of safety and you took the light from her eyes and you inflicted wounds that go far beyond her physical. As her mother, I saw her fight through pain no one should ever have to endure. I watched her struggle to heal, to stand back up and to keep going, not just for herself, but for her children, our grandchildren. And let me be clear, your daughters are victims too. They may not have witnessed what you did, but they live with the effects of it every day. The fear, the confusion, the emotional scars. You didn't just hurt their mother, you hurt them. The family who once welcomed you in, trusted you, believed you were someone who would love and protect, not destroy. The pain you caused is deep and the betrayal is devastating, and yet we still choose not to live in hate. Like my daughter, I hold on to faith and hope, onto the belief that love, courage, and truth are stronger than violence. Forgiveness is not easy. It is not forgetfulness. It does not erase the pain, but it is a choice that we make to reclaim our power, not to excuse what was done, but to refuse to change, to let it change us. I forgive because I refuse to let your actions define the rest of our lives. You need to understand what you did, not just in words, but in your soul. You didn't just break the law, you broke hearts. You shattered trust, and you left behind wounds that may never fully heal. I hope you carry the truth with you, and I hope in time you seek true accountability, not for our approval, but for your own soul. My daughter is still here by the grace of God, and she is rising every day. That's a miracle. That's strength. That's something you could never take from her. And as her mother, I will always be by her side, reminding her and your daughters that light still shines even after the darkness of night. We speak not from vengeance, but from truth, and the truth must be heard.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. You can have a seat. Members of the jury, your duties are now concluded. I want to thank each and every one of you for your efforts during this case and your consideration and your close attention to the evidence. I know nobody volunteered for this duty. Everybody was drafted, but I do hope it was educational for you and you learned a little something about your criminal justice system. You are excused with our thanks. We're going to let you go from the jury room one more time. All of the instructions I gave you previously are now lifted. Sometimes the lawyers like to talk to you after the case is over with, but that's entirely up to you. You're free to go. Would everyone rise for the jury? We recess. Thank you very much. I want to commend council for their professionalism in this case. It was a pleasure meeting you and working with every one of you. Take care. Mr. Delgado, you're remanded to custody of the Webb County Sheriff's Office for transportation to the Texas Department of Corrections. Good luck.
Judge, we get a chance to speak to the church?
That's why I sent him back there.
Thank you for watching, everybody. Have a great night. I'll see you in the morning. If Ali verdict comes back, I'll hop back on. Have a great night.